Hello, everyone, and welcome. We're at Flow Motion Studios in New York City, and it is time for the final 3 hours, our live presentation of the final 3 hours of this amazing 36-hour campaign on behalf of Amudim. We hope you've enjoyed everything you've seen and experienced so far. All the amazing discussions, all the great entertainment, all the wonderful roundtable talks that have been going on, everything that's been happening since yesterday, Sunday morning. And now we're ready to culminate all of this incredible activity in one 3-hour live presentation with great guests and a lot of wonderful fundraising on behalf of Amudim. Before I introduce our first guests, we have some wonderful updates for this international audience. Over 100 people over the last day have contacted Amudim for help because of all the incredible publicity that's been generated from this campaign. And Amudim says, keep it coming. That is good news. They want to help as many people as possible. We also have a programming update. Over 500,000 people tuned into Amudim programming here at unite2heal.com. And we have an amazing update and announcement from the board of Amudim. They have announced that between now and the end of our broadcast, 3 hours from now, the board of Amudim is matching dollar for dollar up to $1 million. That means every dollar you give starting now is going to be matched up to $1 million. Keep giving. Recommend to your friends and family to do the same. And let's make this a great success. We're going to start with CHASKEL Bennett, who's a community leader and well known for for a lot of great work with so many great organizations in our community. CHASKEL, welcome to the show.
A pleasure and honor to be here, NACHUM.
Appreciate that, and we're going to get to Rabbi GLUCK in just a few minutes. CHASKEL, when do you remember first getting involved with the Amudim organization?
Tzvi GLUCK has been a friend for many, many years. Predating Tzvi GLUCK, I have been an admirer, a disciple, a small fly on the wall of watching my mentor, all of our mentors, the Askin of all Askanim, Rabbi Chaim Baruch, Edgar GLUCK, who's I am zeichet to be here with. That's my relationship with the GLUCK family started with them. It sort of morphed into Tzvi as Tzvi got into Klal Askanis. Tzvi has been doing this work for as long as I can remember him, but he has an awesome teacher, and we all do, and that's his father, Rabbi GLUCK. So I don't have the exact dating, but the work that Amudim is doing today is nothing new in the GLUCK family.
That's for sure, and we'll speak to Rabbi GLUCK coming up. CHASKEL, there are people watching right now, and many people who've been watching for many hours to this great program. Can you convince them to become part of the supporters of Amudim? Can you say something to everybody who's watching right now, who may be debating, should I give more, should I be a supporter of this organization? What would you say to them?
Everyone's dollars are very precious. People are working very hard for those dollars. It is extraordinarily difficult time right now for everyone. But in that difficulty, there are certain organizations, certain people who are undeterred by the barriers, whether they be financial, bureaucratic, technological, irrelevant. If you've ever met Tzvi GLUCK, if you've ever accessed the services of Amudim, you would know that the word no or I can't doesn't exist. And so in a time where it may become a little bit more comfortable to say I can't or no, not now, shouldn't we all stop, look around us, see who are the people who have not said no during a pandemic? Who are the people, the heroes, the counselors, the organization, the infrastructure? Who has been there for everyone through thick and thin? I'm not talking about the spotlights. I'm not talking about the bright lights. I'm talking about the things that nobody wants to talk about, the things we get phone calls about at night. Rabbi GLUCK can tell you he's lived an entire life of those phone calls. He's never said no. We don't know how to say no. Rabbi GLUCK has taught us how not to say no. Amudim has been built in the image of not saying no. So in a time where it's a little bit easier or maybe more difficult to say, I can't, shouldn't we stop and support those people, that idea? The idea that people who are always available, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I've seen it, I've lived it, I've breathed it. I have never called Tzvi, never, except if he's on a plane ride over the ocean with no phone service, where either my phone got connected, reconnected to one of his office staff members or to his wife. I have never called upon Tzvi in the 25 years or 27 years at this point that I'm involved in communal askanas with Hatzalah and you name it, where Tzvi has said, I can't. It doesn't exist. These are the people we need to support. These are the people we need to strengthen. These are the organizations that Klal Yisrael is depending on to deal with things that others are not willing to deal with. And so you asked me to make the case. The case is, they're there for us. Let's be there for them.
You know, it's funny. You alluded to it, and now you said it directly. Things that nobody wants to deal with. And it's amazing how Tzvi and his staff will go ahead and take on cases and situations that many of us would completely avoid, would not even know how to begin to handle situations like that. And those are the ones you say you've seen up close and personal.
What Tzvi GLUCK has done, what Amudim has done, you see, I don't have all the answers. None of us do. And he certainly doesn't either. He has surrounded himself with a team of professionals, doctors, and clinicians, psychologists, psychiatrists, crisis counselors, you name it, intervention experts. They have surrounded themselves as a crisis management team to deal with the most difficult problems that a thriving Klal Yisrael has to confront. As a Hatzalah member, we go into people's homes. We can see a crisis that's in front of us. It's a medical crisis, even a mental health crisis. But some of the things that Amudim is dealing with, the abuse cases, the drug issues, the therapeutic necessity for intervention, not always so easy to identify these people need help. So when you started the segment here tonight, with 100 people have contacted Amudim for help.
No surprise. Huh?
So then this is really happening. Mm-hmm. Because this is not just about money and finances. This is about connecting the helpers with those who need the help. So we should really try our best. I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist. I'm not a crisis intervention person. But I can convince and talk to people about the need to support them. And that's what we're doing here.
We had a very big announcement a few minutes ago, and that's that the board of Amudim, and you know that we're talking about some very serious people. The board is made up of some very serious people. They've announced that there's now a $1 million match challenge has been given to the worldwide community, everybody who's listening and watching right now.
Not surprised.
And the 1 million, and that's a pretty serious number, and that shows.
Smiled when you said it.
Yeah, that shows you just how committed they are to this organization.
These are real people. You're going to have one of them on later on, who's we share DNA. I think my sister is one of them. We'll see. I saw that she was going to be on. They're serious. They're serious people. Here's a good rule that I live by, and I'm sure, Nachum, you've been doing this way longer than me, Rabbi Gluck. When you walk into a room, you see a letterhead of people. When you look at an organization, an entity, a project, look who is involved in that issue, in that project. If it's accomplished, serious people, then most likely you want to be part of it, because if serious people are invested, it's probably going to get what it needs to reach, at least try to reach for its success. And so I've made that a rule in my life, just not an unspoken rule, we're now really articulating it. These are serious people.
Yeah.
I will tell you, for every once a year that we come together to raise money for Amudim, and maybe twice a year because he does a golf event, you have to understand the difficulty of running an organization, which thank God I do not. I'm on several boards. The financial pressure is enormous to run an organization like this. You want the leadership of organizations like this to focus on the cure, focus on the therapy, focus on the fix, not so much have to be focused on the money, albeit the money is essential. So by helping Amudim today, you sort of alleviate the pressure of the leadership of Amudim to be able to focus on more therapists, more clinicians, more projects, more ability to help, helping more people, more outreach. So let's do our job as the public. I'm part of the public here, because I'm not a member of Amudim per se, although we should all be, because really we are. Let's, as a public, come together and say, yes, we value the work. We identify with the work. We understand sort of what they're doing. Nobody else seems to be doing. And they're doing it well. So let's strengthen them.
We talk about a $5 million campaign. You know, that's the goal for this campaign by 9 o'clock Eastern time tonight. And people wonder, what could a budget be? $6, $7, $8, $9 million? But again, after what you've just described and the people that he, Tzvi, surrounds himself with in order to get all this done, yes, that's the type of money that's required in order to make this happen.
Are we all together in the same, living in the same planet for the last 8 months? Are we comprehending the massive crisis, personal crisis, mental health crisis, financial crisis? I know the word crisis is overused. Mm-hmm. There are people who are desperately struggling, desperately. You can't reach all of them. You can't find all of them, but they're there. People we know who come to shul with us. There is no shul for many people. The one place where everybody came together. That one place, that one sort of safe place where everyone came together, you sort of got a chance to unwind. The rabbi sees you, you see him, your friends see you, you see them. You can tell if someone's struggling, someone's going through a hardship. Gone. That whole unit, that whole communal unit, gone. People are falling through the black hole of despair. Amudim is getting those calls. They're getting those calls. The substance abuse, alcoholism, drug addiction, things that I know of and things I really don't know about. It is imperative. I can't say it strongly enough. It is imperative, if you care about Klal Yisrael, if you care about the Jewish people, and you do, we all do, so then we have to strengthen and embolden the people who are providing the help and the care.
CHASKEL, I thank you. I am told that we are having a slight technical problem with the Unite to Heal site. So we're going to go to this break and be back with plenty more, everybody. Keep it right here and keep giving at unitetoheal.com.
I spend my days evaluating tzedakahs and trying to figure out where a donor can get the most bang for their buck. And what Amudim brings to the table is unlike anything else. You know, it's very, the different levels of tzedakah that are out there to help people with food, to help people with shelter, to help people with schooling, to help people with what their needs are, all fall into one basket. The Amudim basket takes people's lives and it gives them their lives back. Whatever has happened to them in the past, sometimes outside of their things that were inflicted upon them that they had nothing to do with, but that they are now living with, that the burden is too great to bear. Amudim helps remove the burden. These people start living again. You're truly giving people back their lives.
Shabbos, good Shabbos, good Shabbos, good Shabbos, good Shabbos, good Shabbos, good Shabbos. Shalom Aleichem, Malachei Shalom, Malachei Hasharet, Malachei Elyon.
גם בשמחה ובצהלה, תוך אמוני עם סגולה, בואי חלה, בואי חלה. בואי בשלום עטרת בעלה, גם בשמחה ובצהלה, תוך אמוני ים סגולה, בואי חלה, בואי חלה. לך דודי לקראת כלה, בני שבת נקבלה. 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 קראת זכר זכר למעשה בראשית, חמדת ימים אותו 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 קראת זכר זכר למעשה בראשית. וואו
Welcome back, everybody, and we welcome all of you around the world who are watching. Don't forget that we have a $1 million match challenge that has been given by the board of Amudim, which means dollar for dollar between now and 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Everything you give is doubled, up to $1 million. Now, we're at 3.3 million, which is quite significant, on the way to 5 million, please God. But we need you to keep it coming. We need you to keep giving, in this case, to keep matching, because every time you give, that's going to be matched by the board of Amudim. And to be as generous as you can. Again, it's unitetoheal.com, unitetoheal.com. Be as generous as you can. The video you just saw was the Holy Brothers singing L'Kavod Shabbos. That's brought to you by the W Group. A big thank you to the W Group for that. And we'll have wonderful videos and a whole array of great guests coming up all through this broadcast, all the way until 9 o'clock and maybe even beyond. And those of you who are tuning in to see some of the great entertainment and special videos that have been created. We've got plenty of them that we've held on to until the final 3 hours of this 36-hour extravaganza. We have a special guest who's joining us, and that is the DA, the District Attorney of the Borough of Brooklyn. Eric Gonzalez made history in 2017 when he became the first Latino elected District Attorney in the state of New York. He has spent his entire legal career in the Brooklyn DA's office beginning in 1995. And DA Gonzalez worked all the way up to the top, being named Chief Assistant District Attorney by his predecessor, the late Ken Thompson. DA Gonzalez is from East New York and Williamsburg, Brooklyn, attended John Dewey High School, Cornell University, and University of Michigan Law School. And DA Eric Gonzalez, it is an honor to welcome you to our Amudim broadcast.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you, and happy holidays to all your listeners today.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays to you as well. So tell me about the work that you see Amudim doing. What is it that they are doing on the front lines that helps the community so much?
Well, we know that Amudim is very important to us as the partnership in trying to make sure Brooklyn is safe and trying to make sure that there's trust between my office and the community that I serve. And I serve the largest Jewish community outside of Israel. We have to make sure that we're building bridges. And there's a deficit of trust, quite frankly, in government. And that is not lost on me, that unless we have partners in the community who can speak directly to their community members, that there's always going to be problems between communicating what we're trying to do and the needs and the wishes of the community. So Amudim bridges that gap in so many ways, and especially in terms of fighting the type of crime that's really personal. You know, Amudim is very important to my office as it relates to issues of domestic violence and elder abuse, special victims, crimes against children. These are crimes that are often not committed by a stranger, but actually by a close, intimate family member or close neighbor. And we need to make sure that those cases are being reported. It's shocking that in some other district attorney's offices, that if a person does not want to proceed and come forward, the DA won't be involved. And what Amudim does, it helps train our prosecutors how to deal with people culturally and in competent manners, but also just to put out the word that we're willing to help in the community, whether a person wants to prosecute or the person just wants to get their questions answered. But the resource to the Jewish community and the government resources that my office can, distribute is open to everyone. And I think that is the beauty of the organization, that it's there to make sure that Jewish families are kept intact, but that when there's a problem, that there can be an appropriate outreach to government.
DA Gonzalez is here from Brooklyn, New York. You know, those out there who are watching and listening right now, if they have, as parents and as children, a peaceful, what we would sometimes call normal life, they should be very thankful, because you see every day a lot of crazy things that go on and things that separate families that really terribly affect children. You alluded to it before. And there's a lot happening out there that people, again, who are in peaceful situations never want to encounter.
And there's a lot of shame, right? There's a lot of embarrassment when something goes wrong in a family unit. And I think that's one of the things that my office has to deal and contend with. And that's why trust and confidence in the system is so important. You have to trust that my office actually has your best interest at heart, in the interest of the family and the community. And these are really delicate issues that we deal with. And so many people don't get the help because they're too ashamed. And one of the messages that I think is always important for me, the message is we can help people, we can be confidential, we're not here to shame anyone, we're here to help solutions and to try, when possible, always keep a family intact.
Yeah, well, everyone out there, the best way to give right now, amudim.org/donate. That's right now the best way to give. Again, it's amudim.org/donate. Now, DA, I don't know if you're allowed to help me in terms of pitching to people to support the organization. I mean, but based on what you've been saying, you really support the organization. But financially out there, we need people to respond and keep Amudim going.
Yeah, you need folks to believe in the community and the people who are doing good work, and having advocates for the community that has the trust of law enforcement, that they can come and make referrals and we can have open conversations about how we do this work together to make sure that our communities are safe, that we're dealing with violence, and listen, there have been issues of hate crimes and there have been other issues that impact the Jewish community, but nothing can be more important than making sure that stakeholders and community organizations like Amudin have a voice in what fairness and equity looks like in our justice system, and so I'm a proud supporter.
This year's been a tough year. 2020 has been very difficult. I mean, the landscape in a place like Brooklyn or anywhere in New York, and many of us know all the new problems that have arisen because of COVID, et cetera. I mean, do you think we can get out of this? Are you a positive person that you think that, let's say a year from now, we're going to be looking back and saying, thank God, 2020 is really in the past?
I am, and it's been a really difficult year in terms of crime, but also in a deficit in trust in our systems. And so we have to do everything we can to build that trust back between our communities and government. And we will get back on the right page, and organizations like Amudin play an important role in bridging that gap. And we will make sure that the community always feels like it's being listened to, and I think that is one of the biggest issues that we have in the equity and sort of the confidence that people have in government. It sounds like the government has stopped listening and is only wanting to do the talking, and so I'm happy to listen, and I'm happy to be part of the problem solving.
It's great to have you as a listener. Our community certainly appreciates it. And I thank you for your time. And I remind everybody, go to donateamudim.org. Again, that's donateamudim.org, and be as generous as possible. We're at $3.3 million. We're trying to get to a $5 million goal. And D.A. Gonzalez, happy holidays to you, and thanks for joining us.
Happy holidays, and I look forward to continuing the dialogue.
Amen to that, and it's much appreciated. We are with Yossi Goldberstein. Yossi Goldberstein is the Amudim Israel Program Director. Thank you so much, D.A. Yossi Goldberstein is the Program Director for Israel for Amudim, and I'm told he is with us via Zoom, and there he is. Yossi, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Hope everything's doing fine and dandy in Israel, and it's great to have you. You know, we're raising money for Amudim, and some people find it hard to believe that it's a real international organization servicing people around the world. You can confirm that at least in Israel, Amudim has a very strong presence.
Yes, live from Jerusalem, absolutely. Things are very busy over here, certainly this year. What we've experienced in our Israel office reflects what's going on in America and really worldwide in terms of the increase of cases that we're seeing, but absolutely a lot going on.
When you deal with the population in Israel, you're dealing with a specific segment? Are you dealing with English speakers, those who are originally from here? Where's the bulk of the work of Amudim in Israel targeted?
So the largest, I guess, generalization in terms of who we're working with is English speakers. We do get the occasional, person who's just a native Hebrew speaker, and of course we're going to do everything we can to help them. As far as what we're trying to do is really to reach the English speakers, and within that it's a very wide spectrum. Obviously gap year students, yeshiva students, seminary students, lone soldiers, as well as people who live here, whether it is young couples just for a year or two on student visas, whether it's people who are veteran Olim living here for 25 years, and whether it's people who are fresh Olim, right off the boat. A broad audience.
Speaking to the Amudim Israel Program Director, Yossi Goldberstein, are the situations similar? Are the cases that we've heard about here in this area that Amudim takes care of very similar to the ones you're dealing with over there?
Absolutely. And I think it's worldwide. In any culture, you're going to find these sorts of issues, the similar nature. One unique element that I found that we experience in Israel is whoever it is that's reaching out to us, whether it's a student or whether it's someone who's made Aliyah and is living here, those people are still facing whatever culture and language barrier and being away from home, whether it's literal or figurative,
right.
And that it adds an additional layer of complexity to whatever it is they're going through. But shy of that. It's, yeah, we're all dealing with the same issues.
I can understand that. Very often, as you just described, the support system that someone might be used to, whether it's parents, whether it's relatives and friends that they grew up with, people are normally around them. Now they find themselves in Israel, which again is a family type place, but a foreign place for many students and for many young people, young marrieds, etc. They are finding themselves in an isolated situation. COVID-19, I mean, we know the situation in Israel is very similar to what we've been going through over here. How would you describe the caseload and what it's done to you and your staff over the last few months?
It's definitely been stressful. Basically since February, March or so, we've seen close to a 50% caseload increase. So we're definitely feeling it, just as heavily. And it's a lot, but I'm very grateful to have an incredible, amazing team that we have here in the Israel office, and they're pushing through, fighting the good fights.
Here we keep talking about clinicians and therapists and staff members that Zvi and his staff are able to, bring into the Amudim network. I would assume you have to do the same thing over there, and it must be, to a degree, a little bit more difficult to put that team together. Or am I wrong?
I think that we have our own unique challenges. It's much more grassroots. We're also relatively still a young office. It's going on 3 years, and every day we're still learning new things and continuing to expand our network on a regular basis.
Did you hear about Amudim when you heard about this job? Was it an organization that spoke to you already?
When I took this job?
Yeah. Was it something that had spoken?
Absolutely.
You knew about it. You knew the work that they did. You had become familiar with it already.
Sure.
And I assume you've heard the news that the board of Amudim has put a challenge out there for people in the community worldwide. And that is that right now, every single donation that comes in between now and 9 p.m. Eastern Time, or 4 a.m. Israel time for you, Yossi, is going to be matched dollar for dollar. You have a lot of serious people who are behind this effort.
And we are extremely grateful to those supporters. And for all of my friends and network here in Israel, they're probably sleeping, but I can still call America for people to be able to get those matching donations.
I was wondering if you need to whisper because of people who might be sleeping right now. Yossi, I turn to you to join me. The impassioned plea to those who are watching, those who are listening. This is the opportunity to have their donations doubled. This is the opportunity to really say, hey, Zvi and everyone at Amudim, I am with you. I'm ready to support you. Go ahead and tell everybody why it's important to reach into their pockets and give something tonight.
Well, first of all, Zvi, I'm with you. It's such incredible leadership, and it's the real deal. These are real issues, real people. I don't know anyone who, if not themselves or a family member or a friend, that hasn't been helped in some way by Amudim.
Yeah.
And it's really the front lines.
That's an understatement. It's amazing the work that they're doing. Yossi, I thank you. Continued success with you, your staff, your volunteers, everybody in Israel. Thanks for taking care of the kids and the families over there.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yossi Goldberstein is the program director, I should say, of Amudim Israel. And yes, folks, Amudim, not only international, but international to the point that in certain cities and countries around the world, they actually have an infrastructure of office and staff, and that is one of the reasons that we ask you to make this $5 million goal a reality. We're at 3.3 million. We have a couple of hours to go. Those of you out there who have been watching all of the great programming and content that's been brought to you through this unitetoheal.com website, we ask you to go to donateamudim.org, donateamudim.org. We know that right now, because of all the website situations that we are involved with, because so many people are trying to log on, that many of you are watching on different platforms, whether it be Vimeo or Facebook Live, etc., a lot of different platforms. All of you out there, thanks for sticking with us. Spread the word, share whatever you're watching with everybody else, and make sure to help us get to our goal. Again, donateamudim.org, donateamudim.org. And we've had a lot of interesting pieces of information that have come through over the last few minutes since we started at 6 o'clock. But nothing is going to dwarf or take away the headline from the most important piece of information. And that is that the board of Amudim has offered a $1 million challenge. Every single donation, Every dollar that comes in between now and 9 o'clock Eastern Time is going to be matched dollar for dollar. Take advantage. You have an amazing way to make your contribution go even further. We are going to take this break, and then we're going to be back with some very special guests. Continue to give, continue to donate, and thank you for watching. More coming up.
Amudim needs funding. Every single dollar that you give to an individual at Amudim is going towards somebody's treatment, somebody's life, someone's future generation. And you truly know you're making a difference where no one has anywhere else to turn. And give us your money, please, so that we can continue fighting the good fight.
All right, we're back, and I'm happy to say that the site is up, that everything is operating the way it should be operating, and to all the people that have been working so hard behind the scenes, thank you. And to all the people that have been trying to log on, I guess I have to say thank you for crashing the site. After all, it's quite a compliment knowing that so many around the world are trying to join us and be part of this amazing effort. We're at 3.3 million, and you know what the goal is. It's $5 million. It's attainable. We could do this between now and 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Please give, and give what you can. And we have another reason for you to give, because right now the board of Amudim has made a commitment, a $1 million match. We have some very special guests now on our panel, and I'm going to start with a very big thank you to Rabbi Gluck for all of his patience over the last half hour as we were waiting to set things up. I start with Rabbi Edgar Gluck, a great community askin, somebody who has been an activist and a leader in our community for many, many decades. Thank you for joining us, Rabbi Gluck. I, of course, moved to Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, who seems to have taken a nice deep breath, thank God, after all the chaos that was going on minutes ago. Rabbi Tzvi Gluck is the CEO of Amudim. He is the man that leads the front line effort. You keep hearing about the front lines, right? That's the story, the front lines. Amudim's on the front lines. This is the man who leads the charge on the front lines. And we're also joined by a grandson of Rabbi Gluck and a son of Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, and that's MJ Gluck. MJ, welcome to the show. Nice to have you here.
Yep.
Rabbi Gluck, I'm going to start with you. You must have, every time we talk about this, it's obvious. You have tremendous nachas. You look at what's happening now with Amudim, and you're sorry that these cases exist, obviously, and you've dealt with cases like this for decades. But you're so happy that there's a responsible person at the top and a great staff doing wonderful work. Tell us and tell the audience what you think of Amudim now in 2020.
It's unbelievable. They have done actions that people wouldn't believe. People just said, how can you deal with these type of cases? These are cases that are supposed to be for doctors and psychiatrists and psychologists and this and that. And all of a sudden, you have an organization made up of Hamish people, made up of people that will work with you, and they will get into the boots, with their boots, they'll be running and helping.
100%.
Things that are literally unbelievable.
Yeah. Now, you have seen unbelievable cases for a long time. But am I right that today things are even more complicated than with all the complicated stuff you dealt with?
No question about it. There's things that, when I was doing work, were not a thing that was on the burner. I mean, a pot used to be something that you cook milk with. Weed used to be something that you
was in the
grew.
garden.
I mean, basically, all these things. Now, if we don't watch every minute, somebody's going to slip and fall. Yeah. And you have to have someone ready to pick them up on the spot before they even fall. As soon as they slip, you got to pick them up. And this is what Amudim is. It's working to help the Jewish nation exist. And this is something that we've never had yet before.
Some people may be surprised that we need a $5 million goal. Some may be surprised that the annual budget is between $5 and $10 million. You've seen the organization up close. Please tell everybody that every penny goes to a really good cause and is used very efficiently.
When you sit down and you speak to some of the people that are working, and you say, well, this person needs psychiatry, this person needs this, every place you turn, this costs $100, this costs $1,000, this costs $5,000. You have to fly somebody from here to here to a better center to be able to be taken care of. Whoop, here again, flights and there's no way of this being able to exist if we don't have the public backing us. And public, I mean our own people that should give from their heart, not giving it because it's a nice story or something like that. Just the opposite. They are giving because there are so many not nice stories that have to be told and will be told if Amudim is funded properly.
Speaking of funding properly, the board has a $1 million match. As we said earlier with CHASKEL BENNETT, when you hear about that, you say to yourself, this organization is led by some very serious people who really want to help others.
Well, let's hope the people will be able to
come through.
That's it. The organization should be able to benefit from the match.
100%.
So let's help everybody. Please give till you can't give anymore, and then give again.
Amen to that. UniteToHeal.com, everybody. UniteToHeal.com. Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, the CEO of Amudim. Have you taken a deep breath?
I have. I mean, you know, over 450,000 views in 33 hours so far.
Pretty amazing. Of
the various segments on the many platforms. And of course, when it comes to the,
finale.
The finale, and all of a sudden everything crashes. So I'm hoping that people understand that this is, a Maaseh Satan, trying to stop people from doing what needs to be done to be able to help those in need. And
it also shows us that everybody wants to be part of this. Everybody wants to see you retain your goals. Simple
absolutely. But this has been amazing. Yami Shachter has been amazing. The whole team has been amazing. I mean, everybody, literally, from production, Marshall, Nikki, you name it, everybody. Just too many names to mention is really.
Plus, you have a great staff in your office that have been very involved.
Staff have been really amazing. So this is. But I will say also, we've already accomplished our goal. Even if we don't get to the 5 million, which I'm hoping we surpass that.
Amen.
We've had over 100 new calls in the last 2 days since we went live yesterday morning, 9 o'clock. Emails, messages to the organization, people reaching out. And that's the key. The key is to get people the help that they need.
You know, it's funny. They're simply saying to you, we need you. We've heard about you. Right? We've heard about you yesterday, we heard about you today, and we need you. We are in a family situation, or my child is in a situation where we need you. And that's the response that you're getting, and you're not surprised about that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the response we want. Yeah. You know, people always say, when you do an event, what does it cost you? I said, an awareness event cost us $250,000. They're like, how can it cost you $250,000? You're speaking in front of a few hundred people. And I always explain to them, what do you mean? By the time the event is over, there's X number of people that reach out and need help. We've got to do the same thing. So it's the same thing here, and I am not complaining. Baruch Hashem, that's what we're here for. We're here to help people, but we cannot do it alone. We can't, and we need the public support.
As I said earlier, there's only one headline tonight, which is amazing because I had about 10 prepared. But now the headline that has surpassed all the others is that the board of Amudim has made a commitment that everything raised in the next couple of hours is going to be matched up to $1 million. Tell me your reaction when you heard this announcement.
I was blown away. It was amazing. We've been working very, very hard to try to figure out how we could put together the funding that we need, and it's been tougher than it's ever been. I mean, we've been, literally struggling. I mean, we've always maintained a 6-month operating expense account that, rainy day fund, right. And we were down to month 1. That's what COVID has done to us, between the increase of case volume and the additional work that needed to be done, and all the extra things. To make it clear,
you were down to the final month.
The final month of 6 months, right. And this is really a life-saving, marathon, both for Amudim as an organization and for the thousands of people that rely on us. I mean, this year alone, we've serviced over 3,500 people in need, just in 2020.
Yeah, it was interesting. Yossi was on from Israel, and I'm saying to myself, just his efforts needs its own fundraising campaign. Just what they're doing needs their own organization, and it's just a small arm, so to speak, of your network.
It's a $1 million a year small arm.
Right.
So if somebody wants to undertake that, I'll be more than happy to give them the ability to help raise all those funds too.
Amudim Israel could be its own separate entity.
Well, it is its own separate
right.
entity, that I will say.
Right.
But yes, they do definitely need their own funding sources as well, and hopefully we'll get there.
Right. And there are many other cities around the world, in many other countries. A lot of times people think of organizations, U.S. and Israel, and that's basically the relationship. But you, for some reason, maybe your father could explain it, you, for some reason, have been an attraction in places like South America, Europe, Asia, etc.
In the last few weeks alone, we've received calls from South Africa, from Australia, from England about setting up awareness programming, school educational programming, and so many other things. Helping them devise plans, action plans, and so many other things. in addition to the actual people that are contacting us from all over to get the help that they need.
Unbelievable. Everybody out there, it's very simple. Every dollar you give right now is being matched by the Board of Amudim. UniteToHeal.com, UniteToHeal.com. Be as generous as you can. We're at that 3.3 million mark, and we want to see it grow. Now, we know why your father's here, and his words are amazing when he describes the way life was and the way life is right now. And it's something that all of us in the community should take to heart when we hear it. And obviously, your words are vital. Tell me about your son, MJ, being here.
So really, it started off as a cute idea where my father and I, Baruch Hashem, he's doing great now, but unfortunately last week he had a little episode and was in the hospital the day we were supposed to record a segment that was going to be from Notepad to WhatsApp of how public service has changed. And at the end of the day, growing up in my father's house, there were many times that I resented the work that he did. There are many times that I loved the work that he did, and I never thought I would go into public service. So when the discussion came up, we were talking to Yami, he's like, let's hear what your son has to say about living in your house. So that's why we're here.
All right, MJ, you got the whole world watching and listening. Tell me what it's like growing up in the GLUCK home.
Well, it's definitely very different than what you would consider probably some sort of, normal childhood, Maybe a little bit late that he comes home sometimes. Sometimes he comes home early, make sure that we have time. But it's definitely, I could see that it's, for a good cause, right? When I was younger, I used to think, why doesn't he come to this? Why doesn't he come to that? And, as I got older, I just realized why and, the fact that what he was doing was so important that I kind of just was like, yeah, it makes sense.
Do you, and I know that this is putting you on the spot, but I'll do it anyway. Are you familiar with some of the details? And I'm not suggesting your father would ever, break confidentiality, but some of the details of the work that he's doing, just how much certain families and kids out there are suffering in their specific situations?
Well, yeah, I've definitely been, hearing a lot, and it's just different places. People have to fly from this country, that country. People have to get from here to there. They need to get this, and there's just a lot that needs to get done.
Yeah, 100%. And they're also kids in really difficult family situations. I mean, I'm sure sometimes when you hear about what your father's involved with, you say to yourself, thank God at least I'm part of a normal family, right? That thought does come across, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I would think so, yeah. And do you get involved at all? Like, is there ever a time that you say to yourself, well, my grandfather did pretty well in public service. My father seems to be doing, nicely in public service. Do you ever think about serving the public and doing something like that?
I guess I might do it in the future, but right now it's not really something that's so, such a prominent thought because of, kind of a little bit young, I think.
Right. But maybe down the road.
Yeah.
There you go. What would your mother say about that?
I have no idea.
What is it?
I have no
idea.
idea.
You have no idea. Well, maybe you'll have a chance to discuss that with her at some point. Rabbi Gluck, I am turning to you for the final words. You know my role here. My role is to convince every single person watching to take advantage of the matching fund and to really give as much as possible to Amudim. Would you help me, please, by appealing to everybody out there to be generous and to help Tzvi and his incredible staff grow and help as many people as possible?
I can just tell the people that what you are donating, you're donating to yourself. Because you may have a family member, you may have relatives or something that will need help. Okay? Hopefully you won't have one that needs help, but you will be able to accomplish much more by having these people in front of you saying, Tzvi Gluck, what are you doing on this case and what are you doing on that case? And with God's help, to be able to say, this has been solved and this person's on the road to heal and this person's on the road to making a simcha, and everything is taken care of. But if you don't donate to it, you can't have part of the revach. You can't have part of the luck, the good luck, and the good mazel that you get out of being a person in such a wonderful organization.
You know, Reb Tzvi, your father is suggesting that giving to Amudim is somewhat of an insurance policy. Because down the road, it's possible, we don't want, God forbid, wishes on anybody, but it's possible that people that they know in their own circle are going to have to take advantage of this service.
So I actually say, and I'm sorry, I don't like to say the opposite of my father in front of him, I apologize, but I say the opposite. I say, I give a bracha that nobody should ever need anything we do, except for the simcha. That I like, when people call us for help getting to a simcha. I say is that it should be a schus. People sometimes donate for a variety of reasons. Obviously, the number one reason is to help those in need. But it should also be a schus that we should daven and pray that in the honor of what I'm giving, I should never need to come onto these things, which is really what I hope. And I've said this to you before. I hope for the day that we can close our doors. I really do.
Well, between the two of you have all the bases covered, you know.
We
you have if someone does need the service, and you have, please God, that no one will ever need the service.
Absolutely. But we certainly hope that people will give what they can, and even more so, as my father Zazangizan said, because it's not that we need it, it's the thousands upon thousands of people that need it. It's our staff that is so overwhelmed. We desperately need to hire additional staff just to be able to keep up with the workload. I mean, there's just so much going on the back end. We have a therapy subsidy fund that's practically depleted that we desperately need to be able to, get money back into that fund so that people can continue to get the therapy subsidies. We need help in so many ways, and it's, 2020 has never been more difficult, not on the casework, on the financial aspect, on various government fundings, foundation fundings, you name it. So it's just crucial that people really, really dig deep and help us any way they can.
There are two other things I wanted to address with you. The first is something that David Solomon addressed yesterday at the very beginning of this whole production, and that was the amazing oversight that the board, the auditors, everybody is watching every single penny, which again shows you that when the board says it's $1 million match, they're very serious people, because you're dealing with folks every day, because you have government money coming in and private money coming in. You're dealing with people every day who are watching every single penny in the way it's spent.
So I'm actually proud to announce that we have on our website not an email that says if you'd like to see our financials or tax returns or 990s, which is what you legally have to have listed. We actually have amudim.org/financials, where we have our audits, our financials, our 990s, and our management letter from the auditor. And we have them not for the past 3 years, but since inception. And within the next few days, we're actually going to be adding the 2019. Obviously, because of COVID, things got delayed. So that's going to be up there as well. But we're proud of transparency. And, whenever some foundations come to us and go, well, we'd like to know if we can have an independent auditor come review it, by all means, we welcome it at any time. As you met Devorah, our CFO, she came with many years of forensic auditing, tax auditing for these exact things, working at a firm as well. So we really pride ourselves on that. And I will say that the board is tough about it, and David Solomon really makes sure of that. He's on top of us like a hawk to make sure that everything is really kedas v'kedin, as they say.
And that's a good thing, as you point out. And finally, what do you think of this format? We're in hour number 34, right? Hour number 34 of a 36-hour presentation. You mentioned that we're at about 500,000 going into this show, about 500,000 who've been tuned into Amudim programming, and just the website itself has gotten hundreds of thousands of hits at unitetoheal.com. What are your impressions, and what are you hearing from people about what they've been watching over the last 34 hours?
So when we first started this idea, the idea was to have the same as we had last year, a 5-hour show and fundraiser, and highlight different areas and different communities where people should realize that Amudim is doing work everywhere. We have clients in Baltimore, in Cleveland, in Florida, and all around the United States and in so many other countries, and have a couple of interesting segments. And then when Yami Schechter got involved and decided that he's going to try to help us because that's what he does, and he said to me, Tzvi, we're going to do something crazy that's never been done before. We're going to have something for everybody. And I basically said, here's the keys to the castle, do whatever you want. And I must tell you that the reviews have been amazing. Every single segment will be available within the next few days on the website, so people can rewatch it. Plus, there'll be a donate link next to it as well, so people can continue to donate money. Even once the campaign is over, we'll still accept donations, but obviously the match is now. It's been amazing. And I want to tell you, the hardest part about this is that I've been trying to call donors for the last 2 days, right? This is my time to be calling them. And like, Tzvi, I can't talk to you now. I'm watching this segment, or I'm watching that segment. And I was like, oh my gosh, these segments are so good. I can't even raise money that it's supposed to. But overall, it's been amazing. The feedback has been great. And as we say, Mashiach should be here before then. But, how do you top this?
Right.
I mean, I'm sure I'll leave it to Yami.
Something to think about. I want to thank Rabbi Edgar Gluck. Thank you, Rabbi Gluck. continued success and good health. I want to thank our mate Tzvi GLUCK. Thank you for including me, and thank you for all you're doing on the front lines. And we thank MJ GLUCK, who's going to send regards to his mom and is going to continue watching generations of public service. Thank you very much to all of you. More coming up, of course. I want to remind everybody the most important news item of the day, and that is that there's a $1 million match challenge. The board of Amudim has said, and this just happened before 6 o'clock. I'm not even kidding. I found out about this minutes before 6 p.m. The board has announced, and Tzvi as well only found out late this afternoon. The board has announced that they have a $1 million challenge. Every single dollar that's raised between now and 9 p.m. up to $1 million will be matched by the board. Simple as that. So if we raise $1 million, we're really raising $2 million. I look at the scoreboard. We're at the $3.3 million mark. We want to get to $5 million by 9 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. We need your help in order to do that. The content's going to continue. We have a lot of great videos, a lot of wonderful presentations, all between now and 9 o'clock. Reb Tzvi GLUCK alluded to the incredible content that everyone's been provided over the last 34 hours. That's going to continue. Between our conversations, we'll have a lot of great videos coming up. And if you think that that's a good enough reason to give, you're familiar with Amudim and you know it's a good cause, but you know what? You want to double or triple your donation because they've given such great entertainment and great information over the last couple of days. That's a very, very good reason to give and a wonderful way to say thank you to Amudim. And every time you give right now, it's going to be doubled. So your $180 becomes $360, and your $1,800 becomes $3,600, and your $10,000 becomes $20,000. We have a brand new video coming up, a debut of a song called Tfilat Kohanim, which we're going to go to in just a couple of minutes. But again, we want your help in making sure that this campaign is a great success. We have a big crescendo, a finale that's planned for just before 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I know many of you are watching from around the world. There are actually people up in the middle of the night in certain parts of the world, including Israel, who want to see this campaign end with great success. So please go to the website, unitetoheal.com, unitetoheal.com, and click that donate button and be as generous as possible. Simple as that, and make this a great campaign for Amudim. Amudim reminds everybody that the $5 million that they're raising tonight, please God, as we reach our goal, is not even their annual budget. Their annual budget is larger. So everybody out there who would like to look into dedication opportunities, if you really would like to dedicate the Amudim Israel office or anything else that you want to discuss with Reb Tzvi GLUCK to make a major impact on the organization, there are people who want to set aside major funds from their family or foundation, then you go ahead and you get in touch with the organization, with Amudim, and they'll be more than happy to speak to you about that opportunity. Meanwhile, make sure you donate, unitetoheal.com. One of the things we learned when we hit the air this evening is that over 100 people have been serviced by Amudim or have asked for Amudim services since yesterday. Since yesterday, over 100 cases have been added to the caseload on a Sunday and on a Monday. 100 added to the caseload. It's fast and furious. The phones ring at the Amudim office in a fast and furious manner. Give them what's necessary to make this happen, to give help to families, children, and adults in our community. All right, the brand new Tfilat Kohanim debut song is brought to you by HHC Finance. Again, it's HHC Finance who are sponsoring this brand new debut. It stars Benny Friedman and Aryeh Kunstler. Keep giving at unitetoheal.com.
Hi, this is Aryeh Kunstler, and you've reached a musical segment of the Amudim live stream. I've been fortunate to not only perform in one of the musical performances you'll hear today, but had to have produced 2 additional ones featuring some of the top talent in Jewish music. Amudim is a very special organization, starting from addiction and families impacted by abuse and neglect, all the way to mental health concerns of the Jewish community and the overall community, and any crisis-related matter. Amudim is there, and they've helped hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals through extremely traumatic and difficult times. And needless to say, they're an integral part of the community. I know people who have been affected and helped and honestly saved by Amudim's work. And it's super important that we come out and we support them. And thank you for tuning in. Thank you for joining along. And just remember, Amudim exists to support all individuals in need and guide them through a world with healing, growth, health, and a peace of mind. Thank you.
ריבונו של עולם, ריבונו של עולם, עשינו מה שגזרת עלינו. אף אתה עשה עמנו כמו שהבטחתנו. ריבונו של עולם, ריבונו של עולם, עשינו מה שגזרת עלינו. אף אתה עשה עמנו כמו שהבטחתנו.
השקיפו ממאוין קודשךו, מן השמיים ובורך שמחו, אס ישראל, ויעשו אדומו שנוסעתו לנו. השקיפו ממאוין קודשךו, מן השמיים ובורך שמחו, אס ישראל, ויעשו אדומו שנוסעתו לנו.
ריבונו של עולם, ריבונו של עולם, עשינו מה שגזרת עלינו. אף אתה עשה עמנו כמו שהבטחתנו.
ריבונו של עולם, ריבונו של עולם, עשינו מה שגזרת עלינו. אף אתה עשה עמנו כמו שהבטחתנו.
השקיפה ממים קודשך, מן השמיים וברך שמך, אס ישראל, ויעשו אדמה שנוסעת לנו.
השקיפו ממאוין קודשך, מן השמיים ובורך שמחו, אס ישראל, ויעשו אדמה שנוסעת לנו. כאשר נשבעת לאבותינו,
כאשר נשבעת לאבותינו,
ארץ זבת חלב ודבש. השקיפו ממאוין קודשך,
מן השמיים וברך שמך,
אס ישראל, ויעשו אדמו שנוסעתו לנו.
השקיפה ממים קודשך,
מן השמיים ובורך שמחו,
אס ישראל, ויעשו אדמה
שנוסעתו לנו.
שנוסעת לנו.
Debut song with Benny Friedman and Aryeh Kunstler, brought to you by HHC Finance. And that is one wonderful selection. 3.3 million is where we're at right now. We're trying to get to 5 million by the end of this broadcast at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. We need your help to do so. And the good news is the board of Amudim has put forth a $1 million challenge. The next $1 million that's raised will be doubled, and we'll bring in another $1 million for Amudim. I mean, I can't think of a better reason to give than knowing that your dollar is going to be doubled. Please give now. It's an amazing opportunity. Give, and let's reach that goal of $5 million. The CEO of Met Council, the Metropolitan Council on Jewish Poverty, affectionately known as Met Council, is the wonderful David Greenfield. He is with us. David, welcome to the show.
It is thrilled to be here. Thanks so much for having me.
Oh, a lot's happening. It's great to have you on. You know, I'm thinking of who can relate to what GLUCK and his staff do on a daily basis. And I said to myself, someone like you can, because they're involved in some of the most desperate cases, some of the most difficult situations for people. And frankly, although this may be a surprise for some, when it comes to poverty in the Jewish community in New York, there are some desperate and very difficult situations. I would assume you appreciate the comparison.
Well, I have to say that what he does is really unique, and quite frankly, what Amudim does is really something that nobody else can really do. And we work incredibly closely with Amudim, especially in the family violence department. And I just really have to note that he is a singular figure in the Jewish community. He's really a visionary in terms of dealing with some of the most difficult crises of our time. And so I'm a tremendous fan of GLUCK. I'm a tremendous fan of Amudim. And quite frankly, I had an incident recently where I had to utilize Amudim. Amudim has something incredible, which they have a dedicated staffer that helps people who need to get to Israel in case of emergency. And unfortunately, my mother passed away a few weeks ago, and they were incredibly helpful to me, just dealing with the paperwork and the details and helping get there on the ground. And so I have tremendous hakaras for the work that Amudim does, and it's really exceptional, unique work, and quite frankly, nobody does what they do.
David, I said earlier that with all the things, all the headlines that I had prepared for tonight, the one that moved all the headlines off of the front page was the one that the board of Amudim has put forth a challenge. $1 million will be matched, dollar for dollar up to $1 million. When you hear that, and you're the CEO of a really well-known, prominent organization, when you hear that a board makes that kind of commitment, I guess you would agree with me that we're talking about some very serious people who want to see great success for this organization.
Well, $1 million challenge is exceptional for any board, and it really is something that is incredible. And I tip my yarmulke to the board and really to the work that Amudim does. And I will just say, people need to understand, right? So we deal with the crisis of poverty, but there is another crisis that people just aren't speaking about, which is all of the incidences of mental health, as well as alcohol and drug abuse, as well as, quite frankly, suicide attempts that nobody wants to talk about, right? There's the public conversation that we all know. Everybody knows about the business that shut down and the people who need to help those people, and that's my job. Right. And that's a difficult job, and quite frankly, there's a lot of people who are very obvious candidates who need food and need help and need money. But one of the things that, quite frankly, we don't like to discuss in our community is that this entire shutdown, this entire 9-month period has caused tremendous mental angst and has caused physical abuse, mental abuse, as well as drug and alcohol abuse. And GLUCK and Amudim, they're really on the front lines of that. And no one else is doing that kind of work. And so I'm a tremendous supporter of the work that they do, because that's not what we do. We deal with the sad reality of the fact that there are always going to be people who unfortunately are struggling, and now we have more people who are financially struggling than ever before. They're dealing with a unique subset, which really no one deals with, which is what happens when someone who got addicted to drugs, or what happens with someone who got addicted to alcohol, or what happens to someone who spiraled into depression and is thinking to take their own life. That's really the work that Amudim does, and they do it exceptionally well with compassion and depth and professionalism. And I can tell you that we definitely work with them on the family violence side, because we have an expertise for those people who are victims of domestic violence. Wow. And I can tell you that we are really thrilled to work with them, because they are tremendous professionals in the work that is done at Amudim.
David, thank you. Thank you for your encouragement. Thank you for your words. Amudim is a very important organization in our community. We're hoping that we get to our goal tonight and allow them to just keep on doing the work that they do. And thanks so much, and continued success to you and your amazing organization.
I love what Amudim does. The Amudim staff are taking care of Hashem's children, those in need, distressed, in trouble, and they're always there for them 24/7. The mitzvahs that they do, the chesed that they do, are what keep Klal Yisrael strong. It's vital. Every community has challenges, every school, every neighborhood. We need resources like this for all of Klal Yisrael. This is the essence of the Jewish people, is we care for those in distress.
And I thank everybody for joining us. UniteToHeal.com. UniteToHeal.com is the website. Bari Mitzman is with us. She's been introduced to us as a thought leader and influencer. And if you do a little research, you will see just how much influence she has out there. And I thank her very much for joining us. Thank you for being here tonight and for helping us with the Amudim cause. Can you hear us? We're having trouble hearing you, but UniteToHeal.com, everybody. UniteToHeal.com. As we continue to go ahead. Do we have you? No, we're having trouble. Okay, UniteToHeal.com, everybody. UniteToHeal.com. We're at $3.3 million, about to hit 3.4, and we're asking for everybody's help in getting us to our goal. One of the main ways to get to the goal, very simple, give now, because every dollar you give is being matched dollar for dollar up to $1 million by the Amudim board. Simple as that. So that's one very effective way to give, one very effective way to make an impact, and one very effective way to help us get to our goal of $5 million. UniteToHeal.com, UniteToHeal.com. It is amazing that we're in a format, a unique format for 36 hours that has garnered over 500,000 people tuning in at different points for all the panel discussions and all the different conversations and entertainment, including Holy Yid Squares, which was fun last night, and so much else that has been presented on UniteToHeal.com. We're now in hour number 35. Hard to believe, huh? We're in hour number 35. And all we want is to make this a great success and to get through hour number 36 with the big number of $5 million on our tote board. We need your help to do it. The Amudim organization has had over 100 people contact them in the last 24 hours for help just because of awareness that has come from this unique live stream. So that's a good indication about how it's working. That's a good indication about how the Amudim organization is out there for everybody. I'm told that Bari Mitzman is with us. Bari, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you so much. I was saying that if anybody wants to see just how much influence you as an influencer has, all they have to do is do some research on social media. We have a whole bunch of things that we know about you. You're a content creator. You have a wonderful a blog called Women of Valor, or podcast, I should say, Women of Valor. You also have your own blog and website. Tell me about your goals. What is it that you are trying to do out there as an influencer for people in the community?
So, thank you so much. I'm really, really honored to be here.
Thank you.
And just being able to share my story, share things about me. I'm actually very strong about sharing about mental illness and my struggles with mental illness. And that's why I'm really, really passionate about sharing the message of Amudim. I've shared about Amudim more than once on my social media. It's very, very important to me for people to know their mission and to spread awareness.
What can you tell us about the struggle with mental illness, especially to the people out there that frankly have not been in that type of situation? How could you describe it to us and tell us what it does to you?
So in my case, I have personally struggled with anxiety and depression. And then when I was expecting my two beautiful children, I experienced something called peripartum depression, which is when before you even have the child, you experience depression and anxiety. And I had no idea about any resources. I thought I was the only one that experienced this. And thankfully, because of just one friend, she taught me that there was ways to get help, that I was normal, and I wasn't alone. I actually shared on my social media in regard to this campaign that Amudim has helped me personally. During COVID, when all of my ways of coping were taken away from me, when I wasn't able to go see my therapist face to face, when I wasn't able to go exercise like I'm accustomed to, when I wasn't able to go see friends, I really hit a low point. And there was actually a Shabbos that I really could not manage and was having a severe panic attack. And according to my Rav, I spoke to my Rav before then, I had the guidance when something like that happened to contact Amudim. Wow. And I did. I used their anonymous hotline on one Shabbos, and they really, really helped me. They've helped me personally. I know that they've helped many of my loved ones. And I'm very passionate about spreading their mission because they're an organization that reminds me that I should continue to share my struggles and empower people to get help.
You know, frankly, you look like somebody who is, you know, the envy of others. Somebody who on social media and through your different platforms has such an amazing outreach capability and has been out there with so many important messages. You yourself look like someone who can help others in situations that you're describing. I think one of the most important things from this conversation, frankly, is that people need to know that on the outside, someone may look a certain way and act a certain way, but on the inside, they could be struggling with some very difficult battles.
Yeah, I mean, I get new followers all the time and new listeners to my podcast every day. And I'll mention, you know, oh, it's Wednesday, today's therapy day. And people are like, you need therapy? Really? Right. You? I'm like, yeah, honey. But one of my missions also is to say, listen, you can struggle with mental illness. You can have really, really tough times, but you can also experience joy. You can have amazing opportunities. And I think there's this stigma that anybody that struggles with mental illness has to look like a pitiful, unattractive, disheveled human being.
Tell me more about the hand-holding.
I can come on and be like, hey, I have mental illness, and you can look like me.
I apologize, didn't mean to interrupt. Tell me more about the Amudim hand-holding. Tell me about the process, the way that they help somebody who's in this type of situation. What can you tell us specifically about how involved they get and how much they care when someone's in a desperate situation?
So I don't want to name any names because they're very close to me. I don't want to give anything away.
Sure.
But I know for me personally, I have benefited from their anonymous hotline. I spoke to a therapist on Shabbos during a really bad bout of anxiety, and they were able to help me pinpoint what the source of it was. And that in itself enabled me to recenter and calm down. But that's just the bare minimum of what Amudim does. I've had GLUCK on my social media. They do case management. They will refer you to therapists, treatment centers. They spend so much time speaking to you, figuring out who you are. What is it that you need? What type of therapist do you need? What type of referral do you need? How can we figure out how to help you get the proper funding that you need? Is there someone in your community that's a rabbinic figure that can help guide you during your experience and to answer different questions that you have about halacha during your trying experience, and then providing support for family members? Because the person who is experiencing the bout of mental distress or addiction, you know, they're not the only ones that are being impacted by this.
Right.
There are siblings, children, spouses, other significant others that can be severely impacted, and they need the help as well.
The work they do is amazing, and I know you join me in asking everybody to give and be as generous as possible. You know what it's like firsthand to have Amudim there with you at your side, and you know that there are many other people, hundreds and thousands, I would say at this point, who are experiencing the same type of help. Best way for people to check out what you do, I assume, is the Woman of Valor podcast, right? That'll be one way.
The Woman of Valor podcast is one way, and they can check me out on Instagram at Barianna, Barianna. And I just wanted to say that it's such an honor to be conversing with you.
Thank you.
I actually just grew up listening to your radio show on the way to school. And I'm like, what? I get to talk to NACHUM SEGAL?
Well, I thank you for that. Thank you very, very much. Spread the word. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Will do. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us tonight. Much appreciated. The Holy Brothers have a video for us, which is going to be entitled "The Covered Shabbos." Which is entitled "The Covered Shabbos," and this is brought to you by HHC Finance, a debut. And here it is for you.
Shabbos, good Shabbos, good Shabbos, good Shabbos, good Shabbos, good Shabbos, good Shabbos.
Shalom.
בואי בשלום עטרת בעלה, גם בשמחה ובצהלה, תוך אמוני עם סגולה, בואי חלה, בואי חלה. בואי בשלום עטרת בעלה, גם בשמחה ובצהלה, תוך אמוני ים סגולה, בואי חלה, בואי חלה. לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. 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 תראי לי 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 דה 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 דה, היי לי 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 אותו קראת, זכר זכר למעשה בראשית, חמדת ימים 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 אותו קראת, זכר זכר למעשה בראשית.
And I have to get my sponsors straight. It's the W Group that brought you that presentation by the Holy Brothers. Again, the W Group. Thank you to the W Group for sponsoring that segment. Another original great segment entitled Holy Brothers with that great Lichvod Shabbos selection. We're at 3.4 million. 3.4 million on our way to 5 million, please God. Remember, the board of Amudim has challenged everybody with a $1 million challenge. Every dollar is being doubled up to $1 million. Aliza Tropper, LMHC, MA, a counselor in the area of mental health, is with us as we continue on this Amudim telecast. Aliza, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Am I supposed to see you? Because I don't.
Well, as long as you can hear me, I'm going to conduct the conversation. I hope that's good enough, and I appreciate it. Aliza, what can you tell us from your professional position? What can you tell us as somebody who is a counselor in the area of mental health about the work of Amudim?
There's so many things. I'm not even sure where to start. Hold on, there's an echo. I'm so sorry. Hold on 1 minute.
We don't have an echo on this end, so you can continue speaking.
Okay, I'll try not to get distracted by it. They've done so many things, just from, my clients have come to me and, hold on. I can't work like this with the echo.
All righty. Reminding everybody that we've got a $1 million match from the board of Amudim. UniteToHeal.com. Be as generous as you can and help us achieve a $5 million goal. Just over an hour from now, I want to be able to tell people that we've achieved a $5 million goal. UniteToHeal.com. UniteToHeal.com. We have more guests coming up. Right now, we're reconnecting, please God, with Aliza Tropper, who is scheduled. And as soon as all the technical stuff's worked out, we're going to be speaking to her about the work of Amudim. You can imagine somebody who's a mental health counselor on the front lines, the type of cases that she sees and the type of appreciation she has for the Amudim organization. We're going to go to this break and be back with plenty more coming up. Keep it right here, everybody.
Amudim saves lives in many, many different ways. Without treatment and without help, sex abuse victims can't have a normal life and suffer from tremendous PTSD.
And Tzvi's supposed to be in there for that, right?
To self-help through drugs and alcohol and other forms of addiction, which causes even more great problems for themselves and for their family members. And without the proper help and treatment, so many people end up suffering. And Amudim is there for you, there for the entire family, and helps them get the care that they need to try to live a full, complete life.
All right, it's NACHUM SEGAL here with Amudim, and I am told that Alexandra Roth-Kahn is with us, Managing Director of the Caring Department for the UJA Federation of New York. Thank you so much for joining us. We're having an audio difficulty.
I'm here.
There you go. Thanks for joining us. Much appreciated.
Great. Well, it's wonderful to be with all of you.
Appreciate that very much. UJA Federation, you know they're very careful about what to support, who to support, and where all the funds that you guys collect on an annual basis go in the community. Tell me about your experience as being an important source of funding and assistance for Amudim.
So first, I just want to say I'm so privileged to be a part of this program, and I've enjoyed cultivating a relationship with Svi and many of his colleagues over the course of the past few years. UJA Federation began a tight partnership with Amudim to support individuals living in the 5 towns affected by substance abuse. This work is done in partnership with the Goral JCC. This was really an opening for us to explore more dedicated work on behalf of the Amudim team to serve individuals who typically access Jewish community centers for a variety of human service needs. The work that we began to see flourish and provide thousands with support is something we believe we should now be replicating within other communal settings, within other JCCs that might also have constituents who are really struggling with a growing substance abuse and addiction challenge.
Wow.
Very recently, beginning this past March, we began to work with Amudim in a very important partnership to support Jewish women affected by domestic violence. We provided funds for women to be able to sleep in hotels with their children, to avoid abusers, to get into a safe environment quickly. And this is also work that we would like to build on and expand, unfortunately, in the foreseeable future.
You have just identified 2 key areas in our community, two really serious situations in our community that I would assume were not really being addressed to the extent that they are now, because now Amudim is behind it. Now they have an infrastructure to deal with it. And the fact that this now is being looked at as a model to bring to other parts of the community must be very gratifying. The ripple effect that this has caused is going to help countless number of people.
Absolutely. And I also think forums like this, where we have the opportunity to, in front of others, to publicly talk about many of the challenges that are in the Jewish community, to help destigmatize issues, to make it safe and comfortable for people to come forward in search of help. That's really, really essential. So I thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk about the work that we do together.
100%. A lot of people in the community, you know, they hear about UJA Federation, and not everybody could relate to every single thing that is being undertaken, but you can reassure us that there are a tremendous number of projects that UJA funds and takes very seriously. The way you've reacted to the Amudim organization would tell us that there are a lot of very serious people who want to see this type of work being done as much as possible. What could you tell us about the way UJA and those at the helm how they view what Amudim is doing on the front lines?
I think that people see colleagues of mine on the professional team, as well as members of our lay leadership who have gotten to know Amudim a bit through the grant making we've done over the course of the past few years, and especially now in light of COVID, have come to really learn about the organization, to see great merits in the work, and have very quickly rallied around the message that you spread, which is to get help to people as quickly as possible, to make it comfortable, destigmatizing, community-based. And I'm sure that I speak on behalf of all of UJA Federation to say that we're so proud we're at the beginning of this great relationship together to really bring support to individuals.
And I know
and families.
Tzvi has tremendous gratitude for what you and everybody around you has done over there. Give me 30 seconds on how challenging your job has been over the last 10 months.
Well, I venture to say that all of our jobs have been challenging. We at UJA Federation have been entirely inundated. People will say we were created for this moment. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, we were on the front lines working on issues of poverty, aging, disabilities, mental health. That work, like all of the work you're describing this evening, has just become exacerbated to a degree that no one could predict.
Right.
We've allocated approximately $60 million in emergency relief, spanning many countries, although the majority of the work is here in our New York area catchment. And we're ensuring through our funds that individuals are able to receive necessary emergency cash assistance, home delivered meals, pantry packages, employment work, mental health counseling, support for people who are living with a disability or aging at home, work to combat social isolation, and an immense amount of other projects.
Wow. What a
We
job.
are not, I was going to say, we're not on the front lines like some of you, but we are right behind the people who are doing the extraordinary work to ensure that they have a safety net to know that their work can continue.
You're doing a great job with that support system for people who are on the front lines. Alexandra Roth-Kahn, thank you, and best regards to everybody at the UJA. Much appreciated. All right, we have with us Aliza Tropper. She is back, as we mentioned earlier. She is somebody as a counselor in the mental health arena who could really tell us about the work of Amudim. Thanks for rejoining us. Hello to you.
Hi, I'm so happy I'm back. Sorry about that.
No problem at all. So like I said, and you already alluded to the fact that you've actually had cases that came from the Amudim umbrella, so to speak. Tell us what it's like to be somebody who appreciates, from a counselor standpoint, the work that Amudim is doing.
They do so much, from providing resources to people at when clients leave the hospital and they need to know like where to go, what therapist to find, different case management things that they need. Amudim is there. I recently had a client that was being released from the hospital, and they told me, the mom, I was speaking to the mom, and she was like, what made it so easy for us was the fact that we didn't know where to go. My child's in the hospital. We have to think of, right therapist. And Amudim was the ones that were able to just hook us up and find us the right therapist, and just provide us with the resources. Parents, they don't know where to turn. They're struggling mentally, and they might have to leave, wherever they are, especially coming back from a psychiatric hospital. People are just, lost. So Amudim is there from the very start. I've heard so many times over and over again from clients how resourceful they are, how they just connect them with the right sources, and how they just support them, and from every way, in so many different ways, whether it's billing questions, whether it's finding the right resources, they're just there holding their hand the whole time.
Aliza,
and I've heard it from people.
I apologize for interrupting, but what you're saying is so vital to what we're doing here tonight. Every time you just mentioned one of the aspects as you're presenting, I'm saying to myself, that one costs money, and that one costs money, and that costs money. And here tonight, of course, as you know, we're trying to raise $5 million. I'm sure you on the front line see just how much money is needed in every one of these individual cases to help people move forward.
Mm-hmm. A lot of money.
As simple as that. A lot of money is right. Everybody out there, unitetoheal.com. Help us get to that $5 million goal. Please help us get to that $5 million goal. There are a lot of situations, and I've done this before through this broadcast with other guests, but I need you to do this for me as well. Aliza, if someone has a peaceful existence at home, if they're children, teenagers, young adults, and parents who have a peaceful situation at home, they have to understand how lucky they are, because you see on a regular basis some of the most complicated situations out there. Describe one or two, without using names, obviously, that come to mind when I talk about really complicated stuff.
I'm not even sure, honestly, where to start. My mind is filling up with so many situations. But, from self-harm to trying to kill themselves, jumping, attempting suicide by trying to jump off train tracks. I mean, there's just so many stories. I I don't even know which one to really point at. But I could just say is that parents, like what you said, who have kids who are happy and are at peace, they are so lucky. I mean, I don't know if it's just because I mean, I know obviously that I'm a mental health professional, so I'm seeing all of this, but I know that with the rise of COVID,
Right.
the mental health issues have increased tremendously. And I also know from when I was a teenager, I think that times have changed.
Yeah, life's
So-
very different, to say the least.
Mhm.
Everybody out there, please help us achieve our goal. Aliza, it's an understatement to say that the Amudim staff on a regular basis is dealing with a lot of very tough situations. A lot of money is needed. A lot of people out there do want to help. You can assure them that if they're investing tonight, it's a very, very good investment.
Yes.
And I thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much for having me.
Aliza Tropper, mental health professional, a counselor in the area of mental health who sees on the front lines exactly what Amudim does to help people in very tough situations. We are at 3.5 million. We've hit the $3.5 million mark. On our way, please God, to 5 million. And don't forget, the board of Amudim right now is matching every dollar that comes in. And already, let's see, it's 7:45 here in the New York area. We have about an hour and 15 minutes left. We want everybody to participate. Go to unitetoheal.com, and toss in a few or even more than a few bucks. This break, back with more coming up at unitetoheal.com.
Amudim's vital initiatives in the realm of substance abuse and addiction that we deal with on a daily basis is our overdose prevention and Narcan training course. We have been fortunate to be able to train over 6,000 community members and distribute over 6,000 Narcan kits throughout our community. We have received an unprecedented amount of phone calls from those that have used the Narcan that we have given them themselves in order to save the lives of their family members, their friends, or their fellow community members. This is just one of the many vital initiatives that is part of the greater Amudim mission in order to bring education, awareness, prevention, and confidential response to those that are suffering from substance abuse, addiction, are victims of sexual abuse, various mental illness disorders, and the other various crises that they could be facing.
All right, we're back, and Batsheva Bohm is a board member with Amudim, and she is here in studio with us. A pleasure to welcome you to the show. Why would someone become a member of the board of Amudim?
Not for having a fun time. So to me, the reason to become a board member, the reason to be involved, the reason to support comes down kind of like this. People who Amudim help are suffering. Generally, they're suffering in silence. So helping Amudim is not only helping Amudim help them, it's also saying to these people the best way you can, we hear you and we're here for you. And if what I can do to help you suffering in silence is to support Amudim, then I will be there for Amudim.
So it's not a fun role, but it sounds like a satisfying role.
Very.
How long have you been a board member?
About 3 years.
And one of the things that we keep talking about, and tonight's the night to talk about it, frankly, because we're asking people for a lot of money and to get us to a big goal, is that the board takes their job very seriously. Not just the fiscal oversight, which is, of course, so important, but a very active board. A lot of organizations, I have a feeling, would be jealous of how active your board is.
So.
Describe to us the type of things that the board is doing to help the organization go forward.
Yeah, when I was first joining the board, I had spoken to a few of the board members who were already involved, and that was the phrase that came up. This is an active board. This is not a passive board. This is not just about the money. This is about being involved. We actually have a board group, a WhatsApp chat, where we are involved. I mean, during COVID specifically, we had a weekly board call, not a quarterly annual call, a weekly board call. What's going on? What's the status? Stats from Tzvi all the time. This is a board that is hands-on and involved in helping and participating all along the way. It's amazing.
All this does lead to some heartbreaking moments, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But the board has to make decisions, right, about how to help, who to help, when to help, etc. Right? These are really important, life-saving decisions. that we make.
Honestly, the answer is always so far it has always been we help. It's just the question is how.
Boards of
but
other
not
organizations wonder how that happens, but
It's a really extraordinary group of people. I'm so proud and honored to be part of this group because it's all heart. It's amazing.
Amudim going forward, they become international. Not quite sure how much more they can grow, but we do know there are enough problems out there and situations to help them grow, unfortunately. The board has gone ahead and has put forth a $1 million matching challenge. Every dollar that's being raised in the next million, or during this million that we're in now, is going to be matched by the board, which is an amazing commitment. I know there's an expression, putting your money where your mouth is, but I think this does show us the seriousness that the board takes this cause.
Yeah, it's like we have said, it's financial, and it's time, and it's the whole package.
Tell me some of the things that go on at meetings that are in fact heartbreaking. You could speak to the parents out there, and again, the theme that I keep bringing up is how lucky you are if you have a peaceful existence at home and you have a normal life, so to speak, whatever that means. Everyone has their own definition. But you're presented with cases and are made aware of things like, tell me some of the things.
So generally, it's the case managers who are the real heroes here, who are on the actual front lines, who are actually working with the clients who call in. Luckily for us, we actually do get that tiny step removed, that we get to do sometimes a little bit bigger picture as opposed to the piece by piece. Sometimes it's actually really kind of nice on some of these meetings. You get to see some of there was like a support therapy dog. And it was on Zoom, and we got to meet the dog on Zoom, which was, kind of.
But still, when you're told by Tzvi, we've dealt with this number of domestic violence issues, we've dealt with this number of suicide issues, we've dealt with this number of, major challenges that families are having, it sometimes must be unbelievable to you to even understand that it's happening in that type of magnitude in our community.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it is really hard, but like I say, because these are a group of very active people, there is very little of wallowing in misery. It's more of, okay, do we need more case managers? How are we paying for the case managers? What kind of therapy are we offering? Where are we expanding? What are we doing? So it's heartbreaking, but it's very much moving on, okay, what can we do to address this, to help this?
One of the only ways to say yes all the time is to expand. It's the only way to do it. If you grow and bring in the personnel you need, you're able to help more and more people. It's as simple as that. Batsheva Bohm is with us. She is a board member here at Amudim. We are asking you, and the board, frankly, is asking you to be as generous as possible at unitetoheal.com. Give what you can. Everything you give in the next, up to the next $1 million is being matched dollar for dollar by the board. It's an amazing challenge that's been put forth, and we're asking everybody to be as generous as possible. I'm going to ask you to do the same thing. There are people watching right now who are listening. They've enjoyed the content, as I'm sure you have and so many others have, of this unique presentation over the last day and a half. And they're hearing all these stories from people who are associated with or actually are on the front lines of Amudim in so many different categories that I mentioned, whether it be domestic violence or children in desperate situations or suicide at all ages, unfortunately, or the threat of suicide at all ages. Could you appeal to everybody and tell them why it's important to give what they can at this time?
Simply put, Amudim saves lives. And if you contribute and if you donate, you are helping to save lives, and not only save lives in the immediate short term, but in the future. You're building generations. You're building children and grandchildren and families, and you're keeping families intact. And you're helping be part of miracles.
And you've seen the positive results.
Yeah.
And that must be the most gratifying.
It is.
Batsheva Bohm, board member, thank you very much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
We have a special video presentation, everybody. This is sponsored by our friends at Eichler's in Borough Park, shopeichlers.com, our friends at shopeichler's.com. And it is a special video entitled Ahavas Yisrael, When Rap Meets Soul. Here it is for you. Keep giving at unitetoheal.com.
Hi, my name is Levi Falkowitz. I want to share with you a personal story. 6 years ago, after a wedding, driving home, I passed by Manhattan. and a truck hit me. We both pulled over and we called the police. The police arrived, and instead of creating a police report, they ended up arresting me. The police explained to me that I had an unpaid ticket that wasn't taken care of, and my license was suspended. So they took me to Central Booking in Manhattan. Whoever knows that place knows it's not a picnic. It's not a fun place to be, especially not for a youth. They put me into a cell with another 24 people. It was very, very difficult as a person and as a Jew. And the experience was long and harsh. In the middle of those 24 hours, a Yid walked in and he said, "Levi, come here." They took me out of the cell and they took me into a side room. That Yid was GLUCK. He gave me his film and he handed me a sandwich. And he said, "Levi, it's time to be a Yid." I put on the film and I ate a sandwich then, and I thanked him. And I asked him, "How can I repay you?" And he said, "Levi, I'm here for you. That's what I'm here for." I went back to the cell. I ended up seeing the judge later and they dismissed my case. But I remained with that feeling of gratitude to Tzvi. So when I was called about this organization, I right away jumped. And I said, "I'm in, whatever is needed." They ended up pairing me up with NACHUM Black. In usual circumstances, these are two separate genres. A Hasidic singer with a rapper living in Israel. It's such diversity that it's so beautiful. So I right away jumped on it and I said, "I'm in." Because the message is Achdus. The message is to bring together each and every different fellow Jew and help out each other. If you want to say chesed, you can say Tzvi GLUCK in the same sentence. Because whatever is needed for a fellow Jew, you sure know that Tzvi is involved in that. So I'm reaching out to each and every one to help out this wonderful organization. And remember, enjoy the music. Thank you.
Yeah. Being together is everything. I need you and me. One people, one heart, one.
Der Magdl fin Koschnitz hat amu gesucht, wenn Liebschaft für ein Jiedelmann vermugt. Wenn einer halt zweiten Sand, wird der Keitel angespannt, bis in Himmel in seine Liebschaft es dir trugt. Der Heiliger Baal Shem sucht sie sein Chusset her. Lieb ob Maid nicht kicken, wer? Wieso geht, wieso ist, lieb ob Maid bemisst, verbringen die Gehle, kenn auch der. Lieb ob Maid in jedem Matze, der Oshakul Moil zieht der Katze. Wer die Tate geben, war ins Kinder, was Kinder, von jedem Hand bei Hand. Wir sind von Nussen nach Jesu nazu. Wenn es ist, du habe es ist Ruh. In mit Lieb schallert man ins Balloinen, verkreuten sie wohnen, zurück in ihr Land.
Trying to be all we can be. All I can ever do is be me. Yeah, even though I wanna be free, I can never do it if it's only on me. Yeah, Achdut, friendship, kinship. Us being together is his interest. Make it Kiddush Hashem be mentioned, and make sure the world glows, glistens. I gotta show you love, yeah. Like you the only one, yeah. Until it's all said and done, yeah. We together like one, yeah. There ain't another truth. Put it on the line just to reach one Jew. Give sight to the blind 'cause they wanna see too. Ain't enough time, I don't wanna lose you. You know you're brighter than the stars. Always be who you are. Yeah. When the world comes against you, yeah, just dust it all off. Yeah, I don't wanna fall. I implore you, I need you, I need your support. Yeah. And when the time comes to rise, then we all rise up.
a segment entitled Shalom, Ahavas Yisrael, Ahavas Yisrael and Rap Meets Soul, brought to you by Eichlers of Borough Park, shopEichlers.com. Thank you to Levi Folkowitz and to Nisim Black. Well, I look at the tote board, and as we've been asking everybody to give over the last couple of hours, look what's happening. We're at $3.67 million. I would call that just under 3.7. And with everybody out there making the effort, the last hour can be very, very successful. We need your help. We have 1 hour and 1 minute officially remaining in this 36-hour presentation. We are now officially entering hour number 36. Please, everybody, unitetoheal.com. Do what you can. Dr. Shana Friedman is with us. She is the Executive Director of Shalom Task Force. A pleasure to welcome you to the show. Good evening.
Always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you so much for having me tonight.
Appreciate that. Good to have you. Well, if anybody could speak about the front lines in a very important area of our community that Amudim is always involved with, it is you. You've seen it. You've seen the domestic violence situations. You've seen families really be destroyed by it. Tell us about Amudim and their contribution to help when it comes to this area.
Amudim is an incredible collaborator. Tzvi is an incredible collaborator. I'll say, I think back to the first week of COVID, where Saturday night I got a call and saying, Shana, will you get on board? We're starting an anonymous hotline. Can you help train us around safety planning? And that's how it worked. We work together to make sure that the community gets what they need. So wherever they do call, they know they're getting good service, they're getting to be taken care of, and that we're here for them, that nobody's ever alone. So Amudim is always there for us, and we're looking for help for our clients, and we're here for them. They're working their clients, being here tonight, really supporting them, because we need them in our community. We need Amudim here.
Shana, you know how expensive these helping people in these situations is. You know firsthand, obviously. Shalom Task Force does amazing work on the front lines. And you also know that there are people out there who need help immediately. People don't understand that you and Tzvi and other leaders in this area have to provide help. Sometimes you're called in the evening or the middle of the night, and the problem has to be solved or at least dealt with in the next hour or two, if not sooner. Tell us about being able to work with someone who's an expert at emergency help.
That is Tzvi and his team. I mean, really being able to respond immediately, respond with passion and compassion, and we depend on them in our community together, and we need to be able to do that because some situations can't wait till funds are found or how we find the perfect fit. We need to respond right away to ensure safety. I mean, that's the focus of all, at the very base level, right? People to be safe in their homes and with themselves, and we need to be able to respond immediately so they can remain safe.
Right. You cut out there for a minute. I want to emphasize that. Basic safety. Basic safety is the number one priority when a situation arises that you have to deal with. And, as you just mentioned, Tzvi's a great partner to be able to implement that that basic safety, I should say, as soon as possible, even if it is the middle of the night, even if it's Shabbos, folks, no matter when, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Dr. Shana Friedman's with us, Shalom Task Force Executive Director. We're in the last hour. We're in the last hour of an important campaign. You know what it's like to fundraise. We try to encourage people to give to your organization regularly. Just help me ask everybody to support this cause, and they should know that when they do support this cause, it's going for really, really effective solutions to difficult problems.
Absolutely. This has been a very, very difficult year for nonprofits, and we really all need your help to make sure we could help. They use the word unprecedented right now, but all of our agencies have been responding to a significant increase in need, and we need to be able to respond to that need. So it's critically important that we're able to support organizations like Amudim to make sure that they can respond in a timely, immediate way.
Thank you for being here tonight for Amudim and continued success with Shalom Task Force.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure.
Dr. Shana Friedman, everybody. The number to my left says almost $3.7 million. I am getting the feeling as we are now officially in hour number 36, the double high hour of our broadcast. I'm getting the feeling that more and more and more people are going to be contributing. taking advantage of the matching challenge by the board of Amudim. I could feel it, and I need everybody out there to make sure that that feeling is 100% accurate. Give what you can right now. Help Amudim achieve the goal. $5 million in 36 hours. This break, and then more coming up, unitetoheal.com.
You know, there are many incredible communal organizations that do a lot for people. There's a problem, they jump on it, they put a Band-Aid on it, they're there, and they move on to the next. What I find with Amudim is they're there for the long run. They stay with it. Someone comes to them for help. They don't just help their moment. They don't just take away. She wants to commit suicide. She wants to take drugs. They don't just stop it today, but where is she going to be tomorrow? Where is she going to be next week and next month? They're on top of it. They follow up, and they change lives. They change lives for generations. It's something that's just so unique and so special of what Amudim does for the Jewish people.
Mindy Blumenthal is here.
Blumenfeld, but that's
excuse
okay.
Me, I apologize. Mindy.
That's fine.
Has that happened to you before?
All the time.
And it seems to happen to me at least during once at least during each show. So I apologize that you were the person it happened to. It's Mindy Blumenfeld, who's described to us as a clinical social worker, a speaker, and writer. I am told that you are in Bina magazine.
Yes.
Right. Write a column there in Bina magazine. And you actually have, and this intrigued me when I saw the title, you actually have a collection of essays entitled Therapy Schmerapy, correct?
Yes.
Now, I would think that someone in your profession would think twice before naming a collection Therapy Schmerapy. Why does it have that title?
You know what? I think this collection is a book, actually, and I want people able to pick it up and read it and not be intimidated by wanting to find out about therapy, because that's my column as well. It's just wanting to educate people about therapy, that they shouldn't be intimidated, should know how it works. It shouldn't be this mystery kind of thing, and just go ahead and read it.
Great idea.
So, yeah.
And probably double the number of people read it that would have with a regular title, so to speak. Your practice is in Brooklyn, right?
Yes.
And how familiar are you with the work of Amudim?
Yeah, no, I'm very familiar with the work of, not of all of it, but definitely the parts that have impacted my clients. I've worked with some case managers who are really incredible. They've done great work with some of my clients, even giving a little example if you want. I've had a client who wanted to leave me. I know it doesn't sound so good to broadcast that, but you know what? She wanted to leave me, and the transition to leave a therapist is always so difficult because she was attached to me and all that. Sure. And Amudim was great. The case manager worked with her and then was able to help her to transition from me to another therapist that I trusted. And it was just so seamless, and it was so nice. And Amudim was also there to help her to find resources for her parents, that they could support her in the journey. And really what got her even started in Amudim altogether is that she found a video clip about sexual abuse, and it was so validating for her because she had no other way to find out about it. Other people are actually suffering as she is, and it was really amazing. She was from a very secular, she was from a very insular community, so it was very, very validating for her. I remember her reaction when she brought me in the video to show me, wow. And it was really amazing. And it really started her on her journey to be able to do what she needed to do.
Yeah, you mentioned that a case manager led her in the right direction. Do you sometimes wonder how they seem to always get it right? These are real experts who know where to bring someone or to lead someone so that they can solve their situation.
They really are wonderful. I've worked with quite a few of them over the years, and I just found they were on target. They were responsive to my clients before they became my clients, afterwards. They were really, really nice. They were really good. They were professional. They just also knew their stuff. They were they were really wonderful people.
We have two themes here tonight, Mindy Blumenfeld. One is to raise money, make sure Amudim continues with what they need.
Yeah.
That's number one. And number two is I keep emphasizing that if people out there have a normal life situation, especially at home, they should be very thankful, especially if it's a peaceful situation. And you again, you're one of those people who sees a lot of difficulties in our community. For a moment, can you tell us that, in fact, if things are peaceful and wonderful, that people are very lucky?
Oh, yeah, I can tell you that. I mean, I see, the interesting piece is that I'm also watching my clients who from the surface, they look like everything is perfect in their lives. And yet there's so much devastation inside. So to say two things. First of all, for those who are living that easier life without all this trauma, to be so grateful for it. And I don't want to push more than what you're doing, but really to donate because
100%.
because
You
they don't.
should push more
I
than
should,
I'm doing. Are
right?
you
I
kidding
should.
me? That should be your final message
Yeah,
here.
honestly,
Give.
yes, give, because I really see the difference, and I'm seeing really how my clients have been impacted, and it's when you save one life, it's not just them, it's their children, it's their spouse, it's the generation that comes after that.
Ripple effect.
It's really all of that, and it's just. I mean, I know as a therapist how rewarding it is when I start that kind of work, that I know the effects will be really for generations.
Mindy Blumenfeld, I thank you. Thank you for being here
You're
tonight.
welcome. It was my pleasure, really my honor to be here.
In support of Amudim, keep giving, everybody. We are at 3.7 million. The number keeps growing, but we want to get to 5 million by 9 p.m. tonight. Our next video is a video that's done by Ellie Schwabel. And it is brought to you by the people at Shomrei Hadass, who, of course, serve our community in a unique but necessary way. The video is entitled Whole With You. Ellie Schwabel. Keep giving at unitetoheal.com.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ellie Schwabel, and I'm honored to be here. I am so grateful that this organization exists. Most of you watching will never know what these people go through, but everybody knows somebody who's in a situation like this, and we don't want to talk about it. It's very painful to talk about these things, and it takes courage. It's hard to look at this side of our community. It's hard to see this side of ourselves. And Amudim is able to do that. Amudim is dedicated to taking care of all of the people that you don't want to take care of. That's the truth. I needed to write this song. This song allowed me to at least express a little bit of what I was going through and gave me a little bit of reprieve, and I hope this does that for you, for all of the broken people, everyone who feels that brokenness. I present this to you, in honor of Amudim, in honor of all of the people that work for Amudim, that take care of all of our people, all of our beautiful, holy people. I present to you, Whole With You.
We are the broken people, living our lonely lives. All of the good and evil, we are the broken people. We are the broken people, wandering through the night, longing for what is needful. We are the broken people. We are. We are all together. I am whole with you. We are the holy people, shattered to shine our light, warriors of the peaceful. We are the broken people. We are. We are all together. I am whole.
Thank you, Ellie Schwabel. That is a video entitled Whole With You, brought to you by our friends at Shomrei Hadass. We are at UniteToHeal.com. UniteToHeal.com. We're at $3.7 million on our way, please God, to $5 million. We need your help to achieve that. UniteToHeal.com. We're in the beautiful and spacious studios of Flow Motion here in New York. And we are joined by Yishai Gross, Tony Award-winning, Emmy-nominated producer and director, and I am told, genius filmmaker. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here. You're actually responsible for the PSA videos and films that are made to help support and bring Amudim to the attention of the people.
I would say partially responsible. I work together very, very closely with an amazing team, my team, as well as the Amudim team, and clinicians and their clinical staff. A lot goes into all these. They're not just thrown out.
I can imagine. How does one tell a story through film? How does one put on what ends up being a minute, 2 minute, 3 minute video, the essence of what an organization is about?
So the first thing is you hang out with Tzvi. And when you hang out with Tzvi, you start to really get a feeling of what these calls are coming in and what these are all true stories.
Right.
And what we do is when we decide on a topic for a PSA, we decide to take a combination of 30, 40, 50 actual stories and figure out where people will relate most to it. The most interesting thing is that the first PSA that I did with Tzvi was not meant as a PSA. It was meant to fundraise, to show some donors what it was about.
Right.
And Tzvi put it out on social media just to see what happens. And he called me the next morning and he said, I don't know whether to love you or hate you. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, our phones have not stopped ringing with not just clients, but people that related to my brother, my uncle, I know somebody that's going through this. And from then on in, we realized that we have to be very, very careful as to what we put out because we are relating to the people that are going through these traumatic experiences.
No question about it. Boy, oh boy. Yishai Gross is with us. We always look at fundraising videos as one that, we want to pierce the heart of the viewer, right? That's what it's all about. Get into their heart, and we want them to feel they should give. Is there a difference between a fundraising video and an informative video in the way you would present the two of them for Amudim?
Yes, there's definitely a difference. And I think that Amudim focuses much more on being realistic and touching the different aspects of what people are going through. Mm-hmm. And I think that they want people to feel comfortable with calling Amudim or calling Amudim for a friend or for a relative and noticing certain symptoms, noticing certain traits that somebody might be going through and saying, wait a minute, you know what? I'm not alone, or my sister is not alone, or my brother is not alone, and picking up that phone. And I think that that's really what Amudim focuses on more than putting out videos to raise money.
You mentioned the first video you made with Amudim. The most recent one you made had what goal in mind?
The most recent, well, we've done quite a few recently, but one of the things that I like to do with Tzvi, we sit down and we go over a lot of stuff, is to kind of mix the metaphors with actual literal meanings. So, we got a lot of publicity on a video that we did a number of years ago called Shattered, which was about sweeping under the rug. And we just released the video this week that I'm actually very proud of. It was actually one of the first happy videos that we did for Amudim. It was really nice to make a real happy video for Amudim. And it was called Labels. And it was all about people having, assigned labels as a victim of sexual abuse, a victim of, addiction, an alcoholic.
That's what identified them.
Somebody, and it showed that after getting the proper help, you can rip up those labels.
Wow.
And it was just really nice to make a video like that, and to get to see people really overcome the traumas that they've been through with the proper help.
Let me ask you, you're a professional, what do you think of the content of the last 36 hours?
I thought it's been unbelievable. I think unbelievable, just the combination of different stuff and the variety.
Right.
Whether
a lot
it was,
of offerings.
I mean, tremendous. Going from Rav Schechter to Jewish humor, and just so much has been offered, and I think there was just absolutely something for everyone, and I think that it even accomplished a bigger goal of letting people who were not necessarily interested in certain topics saying, you know what, this one was so interesting, I'm not so interested in that, but let me check it out anyway,
right.
and enjoying it.
Well, I thank you for joining us. Make sure when we hit the $5 million goal that you have the cameras rolling. Who knows, it may make for a good Amudim documentary.
Well, I always said my dream documentary, which can never happen due to obvious privacy laws, is to just follow Svi around for a few months. That would be, incredible. The stories are wild, but thank God, there is an organization like Amudim that is helping people on a constant basis. I mean, nonstop, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yishai, thank you. Continued
you.
success. Yishai Gross, great filmmaker, producer, director, and we're going to take this break and be back with more. Keep giving. Look at the numbers. It's $3.7 million, and we have a $5 million goal to attain. Help us out, everybody. UniteToHeal.com. More coming up.
This is saving people that are dying every minute. Not people that die once. Dying once is not terrible. Dying once is okay. Dying every minute of your life, living in the pain, being able to face your father, your uncle, your Zaidi, your Rebbe that slaughtered you and killed you and keeps on killing you. That's pain and death every minute. So this is one organization that saves people from death every minute of their life. And then it saves generations. Epigenetics teaches us 7, 8 generations get damaged from abuse. And when we keep on doing it by saying, that's the Shegitz, it makes it even worse. So this is why it's not just saving people from death, it's saving generations from death.
All right, we're back, and it's getting exciting here, and I hope there'll be a big celebration. The only way we're going to celebrate is if we achieve our goal. We've been sort of at that number of 3.7 million for the last few minutes, and we really want everybody to help us get much higher, maybe get closer to the $4 million mark, and then eventually to our big goal of $5 million. We need everybody around the world who's watching right now to pitch in. We need everyone to take advantage of the Board of Amudim's challenge for $1 million to be doubled, to be matched. $1 million will be matched if you respond now. So please, everybody out there, UniteToHeal.com, UniteToHeal.com. Be as generous as you can. Know that your 180 becomes 360, and your 1,000 becomes 2,000, and your 25,000 becomes 50,000. And give. We could say in the final minutes of this campaign, 36 hours of amazing content, of great connection to the community, wonderful stories. They're difficult situations, but wonderful stories about how Amudim has been there for so many people, thousands and thousands. We're going to take this break and be back with more. UniteToHeal.com. Give and keep giving right now. Thank you very much.
Wow, this year has definitely been a tough one for everybody in the world. It's hard to believe that in just a short 6.5 years, Amudim has grown to serve over 8,000 people in need. But now we need your help more than ever. This year has affected all of us, especially in terms of funding. Every dollar counts. I urge all of you to please give what you can. Give us the support that we need so that our dedicated staff can support others who need that help so much. Thank you very much.
All right. We are anxiously waiting for those numbers to keep climbing. Everybody out there, 5 million is the goal, and we can do it. We need your help in order to make it happen. UniteToHeal.com, UniteToHeal.com. And we are going to Rachel Leah Bernstein. Am I right? Rachel Leah Bernstein is with us, and Rachel Leah Bernstein is founder and executive director of Child Safety Pledge. Thank you so much for joining us for this Amudim broadcast.
Thanks so much for having me.
A pleasure. Could you tell us what is the Child Safety Pledge?
Sure. So I myself am a survivor of child sexual abuse with parents of 4 children, and Child Safety Pledge is an organization that works with parents, philanthropists, and investors in child sexual abuse prevention.
I apologize. It seems we're having audio problems. And we're going to go to our, I apologize for that. We're going to go to our next video presentation. We've been telling you about the amazing content that we've been providing over the last 36 hours. We have something original here for you right now, brought to you by the Evergreen Kosher Market. This is sponsored by the Evergreen Kosher Market. It is entitled The Rebo Medley, performed by Maishi Tischler and Avi Peretz. Keep on giving, everybody. UniteToHeal.com.
חוסך שבטו מבלי לחסוך את אהבתו, מושיט את שביתו לכל הפושט ידו. עין לא מעלים מעל צאן מרעיתו, גם כשאנו שברי כלים עודנו כלי חמדתו. תוכו רצוף עבר, רצוף עבר, ביתו צפוף לרווחה, צפוף לרווחה. המציא לנו מחילה, לא רק בשעת הנעילה, לך דומיה תהילה. בסוף הכל מתנקז אליי, עניין של זוויות, אני לא מבין רמזים אולי, צבעים ואותיות. מבט חטוף אל עצמי ודי, רק לא להסתכל, מה שבפנים כבר בפנים מדי, קוראים לזה רגל. מתי אלמד לבחור נכון, להאמין, לראות שטוב, בלי להביט שוב לאחור. מתי אלמד לבחור נכון, להאמין, שלי נקרא לשניים, מה שלא ראתה שפכה למים, כמו סופה בין הים עולה, כמו תרופה שם הים עולה, בין תרופה בעולם. הלב שלי מרים ידיים, והמועד לא עומד על הרגליים, שבר כלי שאין בו כבר מה, השמיים הם לי חומה, ובור בתוך הים ביבשה. ורק אתה יכול להפוך מספדי למחור, לזכך את החור, לרכך בי הכל. ורק אתה מבין איך לגשת ללב שלי, משכך כל כאב שבי, מרפא את הלב. משכך כל כאב שבי, מרפא את הלב.
The Rebo Medley, performed by Maishi Tischler and Avi Peretz, brought to you by the Evergreen Kosher Market. And we thank all of our great sponsors. I want to thank the folks here at Flow Motion Studios, the beautiful and spacious Flow Motion Studios here in New York. That's been the home base for this 36-hour presentation by Amudim. Thank you, Flow Motion Studios. If you want a great experience in putting together a live stream or any type of studio work, make sure to check out our friends at Flow Motion. Allison Josephs is with us. She is, of course, the founder and director of Jew in the City. Allison, thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. Glad to be here.
Tell us the relationship between the Jew in the City organization and the Amudim organization.
So I found out about Amudim probably in 2015. We were at that point already getting into, I would say, the underbelly of the Orthodox community. I had really, well, actually, I guess my journey was sort of negative, then positive, and then down to some negativity again. But we were starting to hear cases of abuse and problems that needed to be dealt with. And it was sort of coming to me in the form of a lot of people that were angry at sort of a fully rosy depiction of Orthodoxy being portrayed as we were doing on Jew in the City. And we saw that there was an organization that was really addressing these issues head on. They were talking about issues like abuse and drug overdoses and addiction like no one had ever, and they were helping a lot of the people that were really hurting. And they took a real interest, the people at Amudim, at the work that we were doing at Jew in the City with Project NACHUM, because they saw that so many of these issues went hand in hand, the feeling of being Jewish if the people within your Jewish world have hurt you. So I sort of see if you want to have a healthy Judaism in terms of your emotional approach, there needs to be sort of healthiness completely. There needs to be kids being safe. There needs to be education about drug use and alcohol, abuse. And there needs to be, conversations in the community about how we prevent these things, how we treat these things. And ultimately, when we face the challenges that we have, because no community is perfect, it's an incredible Kiddush Hashem. So, we've sort of watched Amudim. I was at their original conference several years ago where they brought a ton of leadership together to talk about abuse in the community and try to come up with new ways to handle it. And just watched how the growth has been explosive over these last few years.
What's interesting, Allison, is that you've taken upon yourself the mission to debunk myths about our community. But it's impossible to debunk the myth that we don't have these problems. So many people think there's no domestic violence problems, no suicide problems, no difficulties in situations like we've been describing tonight. But that's a myth that unfortunately has to be debunked, because there are so many serious situations out there that in the past had been unfamiliar to our community but are becoming more and more familiar. And you could say from your experience that you've seen some very serious ones.
We've for sure seen serious issues in the community. I've probably heard stories that are out there, and the truth is that us knowing that when a case gets too severe for what we can handle, that we can refer someone to Amudim, definitely takes a weight off of our shoulders, because we're not a mental health or social services organization. What we're doing at Project NACHUM, the work that we got into is kind of accidental. I really had this dream to show people how beautiful it is to be from, that you can have a beautiful, meaningful life. And then there were some people that wanted my attention to let me know, well, it's not so simple. If bad people get in the way, then suddenly your beautiful from life will get interrupted. So obviously the first thing, first and foremost, is just being like a healthy human being, just to be able to survive and live in the physical world, and then having a mental, emotional health. But if we want people to have access to the beauty that, our way of life provides, those first two pieces need to be in line. So we can handle that side over at Project NACHUM, but when there's issues of trauma or addiction, that are beyond what we can do. It's a relief to know that there's an organization like Amudim out there that, will take calls, round the clock, and no issue is too big or too small for them.
Yeah, yours is yet another organization that sometimes has to turn to Amudim and get them to get involved in this serious stuff, and they come through. Boy, do they come through. Allison, you know why we're here? We're here to raise money and help Amudim achieve its goal. Please just tell the audience why now, in the last half hour before this campaign ends, it's a good time to support Amudim and help them going forward.
Yeah, so I was thinking about, my husband just made dinner tonight, which is one of the pandemic positives that's come out. But I was thinking that, thank God, I mean, our lives have changed. There's definitely things that we're missing and things that are more challenging. But if you have something extra right now during a pandemic, and I think now is a time that we can really sort of reflect on all that we have, all the riches that we have. But if you have something extra to give right now, even if it's a small amount, there's people now that are suffering now more than ever. I can just tell you with the people that we're seeing at Project NACHUM, these are people that, have dealt with all sorts of mental health issues. And we were, so blessed to be able to help them move forward and heal. And then a pandemic hits. And then suddenly, like, you have relapses. You have people that were doing so well when they were away for Shabbos and with their friends and in healthy environments. And now, of an organization like ours, we're saying, we're sorry, we can't host you right now. There's no safe way to do this. And so as our members become desperate, this is now a need that we weren't even having before. Like, we were able to handle where they were. They had gone to a level of healing and healthiness that we could say, we're going to take you to that next place. Amudim, for many of them, helped before. We were at this next place. And now there is a relapse situation where they now need help, even though they had graduated out of that level. So the need now is greater. That's what a pandemic has done. And, mental health needs all over the world are skyrocketing, but, we have to look to our own community. And what I would say is that if you have anything left over, if you've been blessed to be blessed during this pandemic to a point of being able to help someone, please share it, because there are people who are in worse situations than ever.
Allison, thank you. Allison Josephs, Jew in the City, Project NACHUM, amazing work. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. I have great news, everybody, and that news is that we have exceeded the $4 million mark. You know the goal. The goal is in the next half hour to be at $5 million, very attainable. You know how it works in campaigns like this. The very end is when the big rush comes in, and everybody out there has a desire, I hope, to help us get to that goal. So right now, I look at the tote board, and it's $4 million, and I hope everybody out there will right now donate and help us get to our $5 million goal. Rabbi Eitan Feiner is with us. He's the Rav of the White Shul here in the New York area, and can certainly tell us how Amudim has been beneficial to his community and the greater Jewish community. Rabbi Feiner, a pleasure to welcome you to the show.
Shalom Uvracha, real pleasure of NACHUM Shlita.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Amudim, it's been described to us, has had a tremendous positive effect in your community, and no doubt you know the type of worldwide effect it's had for the greater Jewish community. Tell us your impressions as we get to the very end of this campaign of the work of Amudim.
Okay, Yasher Koach. First of all, big Koach to you, Aaron NACHUM, and obviously it's me, GLUCK, and it's an unbelievable team. This organization has been doing great things for years. Obviously, our Shlosh Dvarim Ha'olam Omed, we have Gimel Amudei Olam, Torah Avoda Gemilas Chasodim, Gemara Sanhedrin Tzaniches Samud Beis. You want to be saved from Chevli Mashiach Yasak with Torah Gemilas Chasodim. I can't imagine too many organizations the world over that are Osek and Chesed 24/7, 365. And whatever they were doing pre-COVID, and I'm sure we've been hearing a lot of it the last 36 hours, but with GLUCK at the helm, the Lev and the Nefesh, the Mesiras Nefesh, that this entire team puts in Yomam Halayla, and now on the context of a COVID, I can tell you from my perspective, in the capacity of a Shul Rav, the amount of mental health cases, people who were battling mental, emotional issues, the sheer numbers, quantitatively and even qualitatively, people who might have had issues pre-COVID, those issues have been exacerbated by the current pandemic. And the entire Amudim team has stepped up to the plate, and they're keeping so many people on their feet, so many people They're keeping as healthy as possible, and they're giving BENNETT. These are people, I've met a number of them. I've been in the offices here in the 5 towns, and of course, what they're doing worldwide, they're putting in so much time, so much effort, and just to be that listening ear. To have such capable people at the helm and involved, such well-trained individuals, and to give up their time, to give up their energy, and to go to go way beyond the working hours, make themselves available. I think we all know GLUCK is available 24/7, 365, and that characterizes the entire team, the entire nature of all those who participate in this truly incredible organization. I think that, as you mentioned, NACHUM, they just passed the 4 million threshold. We got to get to 5 million. The Gemara tells us in Brachas Yud Beis and Aleph that those who can now bring up the rear, who can take us from the 4 million to the 5 million. This is an organization, that I have to tell you, in my capacity in this community, they are helping out people in your community and my community and communities the world over. We know it's in Israel and all throughout here, the tri-state area and well beyond. They are helping out countless individuals. These are things taking place behind the scenes. A lot of people are not really aware of their unbelievable activity, but the Rabbanim are aware, obviously your therapists are aware, and the amount of families they're helping, and they're helping on a daily basis, we can't even begin to describe the truly admirable, wonderful, mysterious type of work that they're doing. And we owe them a Karsa Tov. Klal Yisrael owes them an enormous amount of Karsa Tov. And the best way we can show that a Karsa Tov right here and right now is to help them out, open up, give up our resources, give up our energy, show them that we support them, show them how much we are marich, how much we value and cherish their vital work for Klal Yisrael. They don't make any chalukim. Ashkenazi, Sephardi, Teimani, Mizrach, Hasidus, Lifis, that's it. They've got it all covered.
Rabbi Feiner, I cannot help but hope that everyone watching has the same enthusiasm for Amudim, because if they match your enthusiasm, they're going to match our $5 million plea to get to our goal. Thank you so much for joining us, and continue.
A real pleasure. And Baruch and Atzloch before your Gomes Kodesh, Chiskel Lemitzes Amudim, and Eivus should send continued unbelievable Siyata Dishmaya to help carry us Abiyas, Paul Tzedek, and Viters, Simchas, and Mr. Tovas Yeshakach to everyone.
Amen. Thank you so much. Rabbi Eitan Feiner, the White Shul, everybody. He could not be more enthusiastic, and I really do hope that everybody out there is just as enthusiastic. With that enthusiasm and drive, we can get to our goal. We have broken the $4 million threshold, the $4 million mark, and now we need you to get us to 5. Simple as that. And I look at my watch, and we've got about 18 minutes left. It's attainable. There are a lot of people out there who are waiting till the last minute. If you're among them, please donate now, unitetoheal.com. We're going to a video which is entitled Kol Achai, done by Yitzi Spinner. It is brought to you by our friends at Flow Motion Studios, where we are based for this 36-hour production. Thank you to Flow Motion Studios. Again, Yitzi Spinner doing Kol Achai, and I remind you that there's a big challenge out there. Every single dollar is being matched by the board up to $1 million. Every single dollar is being matched by the board of Amudim up to $1 million. Matching funds are a key. It can be matching funds from your own company, from the place that you work, or matching funds that are being guaranteed by the board of Amudim. Please give generously, and everything you give, your $25,000 becomes $50,000 instantly. Yitzi Spinner with Kol Achai here on our production at unitetoheal.com.
When Amudim reached out and asked if I would participate in this broadcast, I didn't hesitate. You may not know all the work that they do, but just know one thing for sure. Amudim is changing the way that we view mental health. Amudim is making sure that everyone out there who needs help in any way possible, from so many different angles of mental health, has the resources available to be helped. If you think someone in your family needs the help, Amudim is there. If you have a friend who needs the help, Amudim is there. They're helping so many people every single day, and the need just keeps growing. Help out any way you can so that they can help us, they can help our children, they can help our families, and they can help our communities. Together with Amudim, we can all make this world a much better and healthier place. Thank you, Amudim, for all the wonderful work that you do.
השקיפה ממעון קודשך מן השמיים השקיפה ממעון קודשך מן השמיים השקיפה ממעון קודשך מן השמיים השקיפה ממעון קודשך מן השמיים
וברך את עמך
אשר נתת לנו ואת האדמה אשר נתת לנו אשר נתת לנו כי אל אשר תלכי אל אשר תלכי אלך ובאשר תליני עלי
כי אל אשר תלכי אל אשר תלכי אשר תליני עלי עמך עמי עמך עמי עמך עמי ואלוקיי אלוקיי
עמך עמי ויהיה אלוקייך ויהיה אלוקייך אלוקיי ענים זמירות ושירים אהרון ושירים אהרון כי אליך נפשי תערוך נפשי תערוך
ענים זמירות ושירים אהרון ושירים אהרון כי אליך נפשי תערוך נפשי תערוך
על כן אדבר בך אדבר בך נכבדו ושמך אכבד בשירי ידידו על כן אדבר בך אדבר בך נכבדו ושמך אכבד בשירי ידידו על כן אדבר בך אדבר ושמך אכבד בשירי ידידות. על כן אדבר בך בך אדבר בך נכבדות. בשמך אכבד בשירי ידידות.
Well, as you can see, in addition to Yitzi Spinner, it's also Shim Kramer and Chaim David Burson. Yitzi Spinner, Shim Kramer, Chaim David Burson singing Kol Achai, yet another original piece for our 36 hours of broadcasting as we unite to heal and ask everybody to help us get to the big goal. And now is the time, everybody. It's the last few minutes, and now is the time to respond. If you're not among those who already given, those of you who've given, thank you. Thank you very much. You've gotten us to this point where I could look at the tote board and we're over $4.1 million. What we're looking for in the next few minutes is the group of people that's going to get us to our $5 million goal. Make these 36 hours double high, a really amazing 36 hours, by letting it end with us at the $5 million campaign goal. I do want to remind everybody that every time you give right now, because the board of Amudim has been so generous, so forthcoming, and so revolutionary, frankly, that every time you give, every single dollar is being doubled, up to $1 million. So every time you give $100, it's now $200, and $25,000 is $50,000, and $180,000 is $360. And I use numbers like that now because now we need those who are capable of coming through with the big numbers to do so. We have a few minutes to go. We're going to get to our goal of $5 million. Please help us do it. Now is the time. There's really, when you think about all the things you've watched, the fun things, the serious things, the learned things, the panel discussions that you've seen, all the different content that's been out there over the last 36 hours and will be out there forever and ever. Some of these productions are fantastic productions, and they will be there for everyone to see at the ready whenever you want. As all this is airing, you have to remember that this content was prepared to make sure that you would be gravitating to us here at Amudim, to make sure you'd learn what Amudim is all about, that you'd appreciate the cases that Amudim deals with on a regular basis, and that you would come through for us. So now is the time. No time like the present and no time like the last few minutes. Please, unitedtoheal.com, unitedtoheal.com. It's easy enough. All you have to do is click on the donate button, and everything you give is now being doubled by a group of people who are taking this very, very seriously. The board wants to see us achieve the goal. Everybody at Amudim wants to see us achieve the goal. And so many around the world want to see us achieve the goal. But we need your help. Click on that donate button and help us out immediately in these last few minutes. I want to thank Flow Motion Studios, where we are, the beautiful, spacious studios here in New York, where this production is taking place, and it's been our home base for the last 36 hours. They were the sponsor of our past video. And now we thank the people at Preferred Home Care of New York. Preferred Home Care of New York are bringing us a video that's being done by Joey Newcomb and the Shira Choir. It is called Kulanu B'nei HaMelech. Kulanu B'nei HaMelech. And let's feel like B'nei HaMelech right now by giving and supporting Amudim and helping Amudim who treat the families that they help with royalty. Let's help them do their job. So Kulanu B'nei HaMelech, as we watch the video and as we enjoy yet another piece of original entertainment during these 36 hours, please, please, please give and help Amudim achieve the goal. More coming up. Here's the video. We are at unitetoheal.com.
בני המלך, אוי כולנו בני המלך, כולנו בני המלך, כולם אחים, אחים עמודים. אני לטבק, אני חוסר, אני ברסלב, אני ספרדי, אבל כולנו בני המלך, כולם אחים, אחים אהובים. אני יקי, אני תימני, אני לובביץ', אני עמודי, אבל כולנו בני המלך, כולם אחים, אחים אהובים. אוי 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 אוי, הנה מה טוב, אוי ומה נוראים, אוי 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 אוי, שבט אחים, ואחים גם יחד, אוי 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 אוי, הנה מה טוב, ומה נוראים, אוי אוי אוי, שבט אחים, ואחים גם יחד. כולנו בני ישראל, כולנו נויסים תוידה לקל, איי 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 איי, הנה מה טוב, יו יו יו, לה 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 לה. So we have to thank Hashem for the Heilige Amudim. So join me and let's thank Hashem together. Let's go! Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Go! Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Let's go. Hoidu la Hashem, ki yitay, ki liyoilam chazdoy. Hoidu la Hashem, ki yitay, ki liyoilam chazdoy. Oy vay. Hoidu la Hashem, ki yitay, ki liyoilam chazdoy. Hoidu la Hashem, ki yitay, ki liyoilam chazdoy. Hava moide es Hashem, hava moide es Hashem, hava moide es Hashem. Ki liyoilam chazdoy. Diridoy, hava moide es Hashem, hava moide es Hashem, hava moide es Hashem. Ki liyoilam chazdoy. Oh yo, ay la la la. Thank you Hashem. Thank you Hashem. Oh la la. Thank you Hashem. Thank you Hashem.
Clack from the pickle. Yeah, Hawaii Shira Choir over there. And not to forget the Heilige Amudim over there.
Thank you Hashem. תודה רבה לך, השם יתברך. תודה רבה לך, השם יתברך. דילילה דילילה לה. Thank you עמודה. Thank you עמודה.
Thank you, Joey Newcomb and the Shira Choir, and thank you to Preferred Home Care of New York for sponsoring that segment. A lot of great programming over 36 hours. We've officially gotten to $4.17 million at this point. Rabbi Tzvi Gluck rejoins me in the final minutes, literally. If we have to go a little bit past the deadline, we're going to, if we can get that number to keep climbing. 4.27, I like that. In just an instant, we see that number climbing. Rabbi Gluck, what do you think?
I think it's possible. I think people realize and appreciate and respect what's happening here. And it's, you know, people like to wait for the last second or afterwards, but this has been an incredible 36 hours, both, you know, from the productions, the segments, the support. It's been beautiful. I mean, there's just no words, and I'm just urging everybody and anybody that's still sitting by a computer or watching to please do whatever they can. Click that button and let's keep that number going higher.
I keep turning because I'm looking at the tote board, and now it's really, really starting to move. We're at 4.28. That's 4,280,000. If you and I keep talking for the next couple of minutes, I would hope that we'd be able to surpass the $4.3 million mark, and that people will respond. And even after this broadcast is over, frankly, and you said this earlier during our show, people shouldn't think that it all ends at 9 p.m. tonight. All year round, Amudim needs funds, Amudim needs help. And at any point where people feel they can now give, they can now support, they should feel free to do so.
Absolutely, 100%. And the other thing to mention is that the site's going to remain up.
Right.
Every segment is going to be listed on its own, so people will be able to enjoy all the last 36 hours for as long as they want and continuous watching it and to continue to make additional donations.
That donate button will be there on every one of those segments. A lot of amazing content, everybody, that was provided during these 36 hours. And now it's time. If you have not yet responded, if you have not yet given, now is the time to do so. I don't know if we're going to announce the eventual goal. I don't know if we're going to get to that number while this broadcast is still on, but there are some great numbers that we would like to surpass immediately. 4.3 million comes to mind, and then 4.5 million comes to mind. Help us get as close to that goal as possible. We know what people think of Amudim. We heard it from every guest tonight. We've heard it from people all through these 36 hours who have amazing comments when they donate and tell us just how important Amudim is to their community. Rabbi Feiner put it really well. His own community and the worldwide Jewish community benefit from the work of Amudim on a regular basis. One of our guests tonight spoke about the 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Someone spoke about the fact that the amazing response in the middle of the night when someone's personal safety is at stake, especially in cases of domestic abuse and when children are involved. When those situations arise, and it's midnight or it's 2 in the morning, Amudim, in the span of an hour or two before the sun rises, they will have that wife and children in a safe environment to continue being safe and being in a safe environment. All of this needs your help. All of it needs your funding. All of it needs your assistance. Can we count on you, please? A lot of people have already given. Svi knows that a lot of people have already given. That's why we're at almost 4.3 million. But if you haven't given yet, this is the time to do it. If you haven't given yet, this is the time to remind yourself that there's no more waiting. To remind yourself that the 36 hours are now officially over. And it's time to give and to make sure Amudim has what they need. So please, right now, before we do our highlight video, before we do a beautiful 10-minute review of everything that's gone on over the last 36 hours, and believe me, if it's anything like the other videos you've seen over the last 36 hours, you know it's a great production. So we do have a great highlight package, which will remember these last 36 hours, this day and a half, in a beautiful fashion. But before we go to that highlight video, and before we close out our broadcast, I plead with you again, one more time, can we get to the $4.3 million mark and get as close to 4.5 as possible tonight? And Tzvi, who knows?
So
maybe in the next 24 hours, that 5 million will be attainable.
So I'm actually getting looks because I'm looking at my phone while I'm talking to you, but I did just get a commitment on my phone for a very sizable amount of money. So I would like to, I'm not going to say if we should do this publicly, but we should, but if I can give us a few minutes, let's do the reel first, and then by the time we come back after that reel, I think we will be in a very, very good place.
All right, everybody, here's what we're going to do. We are going to go to the big highlight reel. This is going to show you what the last 36 hours have been like, and frankly, why you've enjoyed the last 36 hours so much. And then it'll be the last minute of our broadcast, and in that last minute, Tzvi and I will thank the people who will have gotten us to the amount, whatever that amount is. But please give now, unitetoheal.com. There are some magical thresholds that we'd like to pass right now. We're going to go to this video and then back for the final word with the head of Amudim right here on UniteToHeal.com. Unite to Heal, a 36-hour live stream benefit for Amudim. 36 hours, 36 events, over 100 top leaders and entertainers, all to benefit Amudim, an organization that's there for us, for the children, adults, and families in our community worldwide every single day of the year.
So many Jews are comedians. It's the best job to get paid to complain. Worst job is a therapist, because people complain to you, and you can't sit there and be like, oh, you think you have problems? Listen to this. Comedians are the opposite. We are flown all over the world to complain about our lives. So that's why there's so many Jewish comedians.
They'll be here all week. Please try the veal.
I think it's really interesting that we have the bottom 5 siblings are all therapists, and my mother instilled in all of us in our home like a very strong sense of mission in the world, that we're here to do something positive. We're here to affect people in a positive way.
One of the things I've learned from being a therapist is that you're always asking yourself 2 questions. One is, who is my client? Meaning, who am I serving here? And the other one is, what is my role?
I think that's like something that's really great, that we're normalizing therapy. We're normalizing a lot of the issues that people go through simply because we're just saying, hey, this exists, right? You're not a freak. You're not weird.
If sexual abuse is something which might have been a problem in your life, speak up. You will be welcomed to speak up about it. You will be encouraged. You will be heard when speaking up about it. And that's really the only way we can expect people to speak up about it, because otherwise they'll keep the secret as they have already done for years and years.
I think there is a beauty to the fact that these people are able to come forward. Even if it's 15 years later, 20 years later, 25 years later, it's a lot to hold. And it didn't feel safe for all those years.
We are offering people a place to heal. People are going from victimhood to surviving to thriving in ways that are unprecedented. There is no more difficult work and no more rewarding work on earth.
The Baal Shem Tov only focused on tefillah in that generation so much because that was what was most lacking and weakest in that generation, the weakest element of Avodas Hashem. But he says, in truth, in our generation, to follow the derech of Baal Shem Tov would be to strengthen that which is the weakest. And he says, in our generation, this weakest link is our relationship with other people and with our spouse. And if we could fix those things, that's the path of the Baal Shem Tov. And I feel like that's a really powerful message. It is.
Someone hated us so much that they wanted to kill you. That doesn't make it right for you to fill your life with hate. And I always say that your children are like a flower or like a plant. Whatever you water it with, that's the plant or the flower you're gonna get. And if you fill them with hate and bigotry and resentment, prejudice, that is the adult you will get.
When we throw people away and we negate them, it looks sometimes holy, but sometimes it's coming from a deep ego where I'm not in tune with what Hashem really wants from me as a father or as a mother at this moment.
You should act the right way and love unconditionally because that is the right thing to do. And additionally, it may be the most helpful way for the child to return.
So the question is not if they're going to come back. In a way, they're never separated.
Kid can't learn. It can't possibly be because you don't know how to teach. It has to be because he's got some neshama from a Malek sitting in your classroom, and it is your mitzvah to chop his head off.
25% of the Jews interviewed in the survey said that religion is still important to them as Jews. This compares with 56% of non-Jewish Americans who say that religion is vital to their lives. If Moshe Rabbeinu and the Nevi'im heard that survey from the pew, what would they say about the Jewish people that accepted the Torah on Har Sinai?
We believe that when it says about Mount Sinai, about Mount Torah, that Kol Gadol Lo Yosef, that was a great echo that did not end, is that the sounds of Sinai, the reverberations of Sinai, of the revelation, is continuous. And when a person evolves their consciousness into a higher level, they can actually tap into that sound of revelation.
Klal Yisrael is comprised of many individuals, but our core identity is we are part of a klal. We're part of a greater group.
They read his Parsha article each week. They read his books, and people who never met him felt that they had lost their teacher and lost their rabbi.
It says in Shulchan Aruch, you're not allowed to kiss people in the Beis Medrash, but you're allowed to kiss the Sefer Torah. So he said, Rab Soloveitchik is the Sefer Torah. We're permitted to kiss him.
I'm sure I took like 20 or 30 pictures at this time, but this was the picture that captured, you know, the Rebbe, the Hasidim standing around it, and just, you know, it's a beautiful picture. It's one of my best shots, as they say.
That kind of phenomenon where you have to show how amazing you are on social networks is causing a whole lot of loneliness in the world, and that's something that needs to be addressed, you know, and soon.
We may have to examine the entire business model, because if the business model has brought us here, then we have to create a new business model where everybody still benefits, where everybody still gains, but we acknowledge and take responsibility in terms of governments and in terms of platforms.
We were talking about our hate speech policies and how much, you know, we take it seriously, and you cannot, you know, attack somebody based on inferior qualities that they may have. The person raised her hand and said, yeah, but what about when you're attacked with superior qualities? And there was kind of this silence in the room. And it was like our policy had a gap. Like, Jews are not told that they're poor and that they have no influence. They're told that they run the government, they run the economy, and they have all the money. And that's really a problem because we had a gap. And so we went through a very long process to change our policies, which we updated in August of this year, to include what we called harmful stereotypes against Jewish people.
It's the way the world was made, right? So-and-so is for so-and-so. You were brought into this world, into two bodies. You're not the same person. You have to go find them. But the number one thing to know is that they exist. If you really, really know that, you're never, ever giving up.
Really, the reason you sign a prenup is because we're Klal Yisrael and we care about each other. And you can do this really quick and easy thing that can save somebody else out there a tremendous amount of suffering.
The history of the coverage of the state of Israel, I call it the cradle of fake news. Because everything we're experiencing today with the fake news phenomena, it all started here. And that it basically occurred with the breakdown of professional standards of journalism.
It's so complicated to lie all the time. It's got to be exhausting. I am thrilled that our administration is exhausted from running around and finding the fruits of the labor of telling the truth.
Suddenly, from the second and the third day, they immediately spoke about really business and opportunity from the Emirati side, from the Israeli side.
Be patient, come here, learn the market, flow with us. We're gonna start learning each other, and amazing things will happen.
We need to be all together. We need to know, to have the good relation. Our hands need to be together.
87% of March of a Living alumni find that after the trip that marrying Jewish is important to them. And 91% find that educating their children with the Jewish education is important. So those are phenomenal numbers, and I think they speak for themselves.
So many different ways that my challenges have helped frame my life today. Being able to create that paradigm shift has been transformational for me.
Really being in a ring, it's just you, God, and your opponents.
Believe how special and unique you are. Go all the way with it. Never let society dictate what you can or cannot do. And along the way, better the world and help everyone you come in contact with.
So go out there, be proud for being Jewish. Your mitzvot are your wings. They're going to carry you to your success.
Thank you to our friends at Charity Bids. The number you're seeing is accurate, and if I would not have seen this with my own eyes, I never would have believed it. Rabbi Tzvi GLUCK basically just raised about $350,000 on his phone from very generous donors, and of course, that's doubled, matched by the incredible board. And the reason we're at exactly $5 million instead of what you would suspect, having a random number higher than that is because the system literally stops at the $5 million goal. So Rabbi Tzvi GLUCK, Mazel Tov. This was quite a yeoman's effort, to say the least. You and the staff of Amudim and all the people involved in this production. And Baruch Hashem, we could say the $5 million goal has been reached. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I mean, I actually just looked. It's about 5,700 or something like that. But, you know, we're not, the system stopped at 5. And I want to give a very, very big thank you to Avrei Mullen, to the entire team at Raise Giving who ran the platform for us for the fundraising. And I want to thank you, NACHUM, once again for, you know, this is a chazaka for us already of
Baruch
doing
Hashem.
this.
And thank God it was a success.
And I have to say this, more than a success for us and more than a success for everybody involved, is it's really a success and a testament for those that need help. By 100%. Them seeing the support. I mean, I think we had over 9,000 donors throughout the 36-hour period. That means 9,000 individuals got up there and said, we care about abuse victims. We care about victims of domestic violence. We care about people struggling with addiction. We care about people that are dealing with mental health issues. That's the message.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Tzvi GLUCK, and thanks to all of you for caring. Simple as that. I'm told that we are now going to present a special celebratory song entitled Thank You Hashem. That does it for our broadcast. Thank you to everybody at Flow Motion Studios. Thanks to everybody at Charity Bids. And of course, thanks to the entire staff and everybody behind the scenes at Amudim. And a big thank you to my staff as well. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Keep giving at amudim.org. And thanks for joining us at unitetoheal.com.
Let's go! Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Ki li oilom chazdoi oy vay oy do la Hashem ki li oilom chazdoi oy do la Hashem ki li oilom chazdoi hava moide es Hashem hava moide es Hashem hava moide es Hashem ki li oilom chazdoi didoi hava moide es Hashem hava moide es Hashem hava moide es Hashem ki li oilom chazdoi oh yo la la thank you Hashem thank you Hashem oh la thank you Hashem
Klach from the pickle. Yeah, Hawaii Shira Choir over there. And not to forget the Heilige Amudim over there.
Thank you, Hashem yitbarach, toda raba lecha, Hashem yitbarach, thank you, Amudim, thank you,
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a Charity Vids presentation on behalf of Amudim from the beautiful and spacious Flow Motion Studios in Brooklyn, New York. It's time to play Holy Yid Squares. Let's meet today's stars. Jewish music has lots of great singers, though not many with their own voice, as in a sound and style so distinctive. It's impossible to confuse that performer with anyone else, regardless if it's Jep, Aish, Dveikis, or any of the countless other projects he appears on. When you hear our next guest sing, all it takes is a few notes to realize you're hearing Rivi Schwebel. His distinctive voice is a fixture on countless Uncle Maishi albums and Hask albums. Those serious Jewish music fans know him as the catalyst behind the definitive Reb Shlomo Carlebach collection, the one that turns 4 decades of story and song into a timeless timeline of Reb Shlomo's magic. Why? Because it was mamish a labor of love for the man who made it happen, Zale Newman. He's known for creating Jewish music's most enduring brands, Dveikis, Journeys, and Aish. He's also known for songs like What Will Become of All the Memories and Who Am I, which have become timeless anthems that resonate the world over. Join me in welcoming the lyricist laureate of Jewish music, A.B. Rottenberg. Tonight we're in the presence of another king, the creator of Schlock Rock, an undisputed king of Schlock. He's appeared everywhere from Liverpool to Los Angeles and Johannesburg to Jerusalem. And tonight, we've got him here with us. Say shalom to Lenny Solomon. Our next guest is a true music and art renaissance man, more than a musician and rather fine artist. He also arranged albums like Ura, Hineni, albums that connected with a generation looking for something more from their music. Welcome the maestro himself, Yisrael Lamb. His contributions as leader, arranger, and performer of The Messengers are enough to give him founding father status in Jewish music, especially as one of those contributions includes the song Yevarech Es Beis Yisrael, a Hallel staple. Rather than bask in his past, he played it forward by reuniting with Yossi Toiv, where his musical direction and Mishigas manifestations helped make household names out of Country Yossi and Heshi Wallfish. Even though he began his career performing with choirs like Jep, Pirche, and Camp Stei Chemet, he proved he was a producer at heart by making sure his vocal trio, the Shir Hashirim Singers, got top billing on Jep's first album, Reach Out. While we know him as the producer that gave us Avram Fried, Shlomo Simcha, Lipa, and others, his name will always be synonymous with a time for music and Hask, the impossible event, now in its 3rd decade, thanks to the vision of Shia Menlowitz. Name the country or continent, and odds are this next superstar has performed there. Despite his countless concerts and having over 50 albums to his credit, he's still known for his freshness and energy. He's the one, the only, Avraham Fried. 3 or so decades ago, he was unanimously crowned the king of Jewish music. And with the explosive growth of his kingdom, it's a title he still retains, uncontested to this very day. Please welcome the legendary MBD, Mordechai Ben David. Today's contestants are Shlomi Dax, Yisrael Williger, Benny Friedman, and Mordechai Shapiro. The rules of the game are as follows. Our contestants will pick a Jewish music legend from the board. I'll ask a question, our legend will give an answer, and it's up to the contestant to determine if the answer is correct. They'll say agree or disagree. If they get it right, the contestant gets the square. It's classic tic-tac-toe. First person to get X or circle in a row, vertically or horizontally, 3 in a row, wins the round. The winner of each round faces off against each other for the ultimate bragging rights. And we'll be ready to start playing Holy Yid Squares right after these messages.
Brought to you by Maple Holistics.
Hi, my name is Chaim Tzvi Center. I'm in Yerushalayim Ir HaKodesh, though I have Talmidim all around the world. If I ever need help with anything, anywhere, I call Amudim.
Amudim, which is a national organization, helps many people in our Baltimore community all the time. Whether it's someone who's abused, whether it's someone that sees issues with government, whether it's someone that needs a place to go, Amudim is there.
Somebody who helps sustain one person is as if they saved the whole world. Therefore, Amudim is there saving worlds every day of the year with people who rely on them, sometimes very urgently, for their support. And now Amudim is relying on you for yours. So please help support them as generously as you can and have a part in this great organization of mitzvah.
Welcome back, everybody who's ready to play Holy Yid Squares. Round number one will pitch Shlomi Dax at the X podium and Yisrael Williger at the Circle podium. Good luck, everybody. It's round one, and you know how it works. We ask a question of one of the stars, and then our contestants determine if they agree or disagree with their answer. And we'll start. After all, we had a coin flip backstage, and Shlomi Dax was chosen to kick things off. Shlomi, go right ahead, pick a star.
Avraham Fried.
Avramel, here we go.
I am the coin.
That's right. Coin goes first. I like that.
Just flip the coin. Coin.
Question number one. Eilecha, the classic song Eilecha, which first appeared on Pirchei Sings, volume number 2, has no composer credit. Who was its composer? Was it Ben Zion Schenker, Rav Baruch Chait, Reb Eli Teitelbaum, Reb Shlomo Kalbach, or star soloist and future Dveikus member Yossi Sonnenblick? What's your answer?
Oh, wow, such memories. Yossi Sonnenblick. Woo! What a stimme.
Answer's Yossi Sonnenblick?
No. I'm just remembering my childhood, listening to him sing. Whoa, Eilecha. Who composed Eilecha? I'll go with Reb Shlomo.
All right, answer's Reb Shlomo Kalbach. Shlomi Dax, what do you think?
I disagree.
And the answer is Reb Shlomo Kalbach, and Circle gets the square, and we move on. We move on to Yisrael Williger.
Come on.
Yisrael Williger, choose somebody up there.
First of all, I contest that he won the flipping of the coin.
and you won't let go of that, will you? You'll just keep going on that.
I'm gonna go with the center square, MBD.
All right, Mordechai Ben David. Here we go. Who directed the first recording featuring Deddy Graucher? Who directed the first recording? Was it Yossi Green, Yishai Lapidot, Yigal Salik, Avshalom Katz, or Moshe Yes?
Yossi Green.
Yossi Green's the answer. What do you say, Shlomo?
I will agree.
And the answer is Yigal Salik. And therefore, X gets the square, and we move on. Yeah, some of these are very difficult, gentlemen. What can I tell you?
I also thought it was Yossi Green.
Shlomi Dax, go ahead and pick somebody.
Okay. We'll take the bottom corner, Shia Mendlowitz.
Shia Mendlowitz, here we go.
Who I'd like to wish a very special Mazel Tov. Married off his daughter this week, last week. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, Shia.
Mazel Tov, Shia. And for Shia, we've got question number 3. Thanks to the success of Reb Baruch Chait's Kol Salonika, the world of Jewish music experienced an explosion of bands and groups with Kol-based names. Which of the following was not a real member of the Kol Club? Kol Tzahala, Bat Kol, Kol HaKavod, Kol Collect, Kol Naim, HaKol Kol Yaakov, the music of Rav Yaakov Feinenberg.
That's a difficult one. I think Kol Collect.
Shlomi, agree or disagree?
I agree with you, Shia.
And X gets the square. Shlomi Dax, you're right. It's a fact the only one that wasn't on that original list was Kol Collect. We're not going to Struly Williger, and I think you have to pay careful attention to this board now, Struly.
I'm going to have to go with Rivi by default. I'm going to have to go at Rivi Shweva.
So Rivi's your first choice, is what you're saying.
Right, yes.
Rivi, here we go. Here's your question. MBD, Mordechai Ben David, who today is our center square, is known to have worked with some amazing composers. Which one of these composers and performers never composed a song recorded by MBD? Here's your answers. Ellie Kranzler, Bobby Vinton, Yigal Salik, or Ralph Siegel? Again, Ellie Kranzler.
I remember Bobby Vinton did write. So I think it'd be Bobby Vinton.
You're going with Bobby Vinton, and Struly Williger agree, disagree?
You're saying he never composed a song?
Correct. That he did not write a song that MBD performed.
Do you hear the Shaila they're asking, Rivi? Never composed a song. But you
no,
just
every
said,
song performed by MBD.
No, for MBD.
For MBD. So you're saying he didn't.
Right, meaning Rivi's saying that Ralph, Yigal, and Ellie did. That's what Rivi's saying.
No twitching from MBD, something, a hint,
Oh,
something.
no, MBD ain't giving no hints. Come on.
No, we discussed this beforehand.
So,
Just kidding.
Okay, so I'm going to agree with Rivi.
Okay, you agree with Rivi. The answer, and he had said Bobby Vinton. The real answer is Yigal Salik. And unfortunately for Shlomi, you can't win via someone else's mistake. It's the rule.
Okay, so in order to win the first round, I am going to again go with Rivi.
Rivi, okay, here we go. Question number 5. Which of the following world-class arrangers has never arranged an Avram Fried album? We have Yaron Gershovsky, Yisrael Lamb, Martin Lewinter, and Mona Rosenblum.
Marty Lewinter?
The answer, Martin Lewinter. You agree or disagree?
I'm going to agree.
The answer is Mona Rosenblum. Circle gets the square, and Shirley Williger now has an opportunity to win. This is pretty cool. Who are you going to choose now, Shirley?
At this point, my number one choice is going to be Zale Newman.
All right, Zale. If you get this right, if Shirley guesses right on your answer, then he will win the game. Let's go to question number 6. And here we go. Before the partnership, boy, if Zale doesn't know this one. If Zale doesn't know this one.
I'm counting on you for this
Before
one.
the partnership called Suki and Ding, who did Suki partner with for a project starring Matti Kornfeld? The answers are the Epstein brothers, Ding's older brother Yosef Chaim, Yerachmiel Begun, Shmuel Borger of Amudei Sheish, or Yossi Toiv.
Wow, that's going back a long way. A really long way. Wow. All right, let's hear that one more time,
The
please.
list is the Epstein brothers.
I'm pretty sure. Go ahead.
The list is the Epstein brothers, Ding's older brother Yosef Chaim, Yerachmiel Begun, Shmuel Borger of Amudei Sheish, or Yossi Toiv.
I'm going to say Ding's older brother, Yosef Chaim.
For the win, Shirley Williger, agree or disagree?
The question again, please.
The question, before the partnership called Suki and Ding, who did Suki partner with for a project starring Matti Kornfeld?
And what did Zale say?
He said Yosef Chaim Golding.
I'm going to disagree.
The answer is Yerachmiel Begun, and Shirley Williger has won round number 1 of Holy in Squares. We're going to take a quick break, back with round number 2 right after this.
We all know the crucial work that Amudim does on a daily basis for our entire community, especially during these challenging times. Rabbi Tzvi GLUCK and his entire team work tirelessly around the clock to respond to every individual's call.
I can't begin to stress the importance of the vital and critical mission of Amudim. Under the leadership of my very close friends, Tzvi GLUCK, David Kushner, as well as their entire team.
No one is ever turned away, whether they are from New York, New Jersey, Israel, and beyond.
And true to its name, it's really Amudim, it's really pillars that support and hold all of us. Amudim is that Malach HaMashiach, that Shluchot Rachmana, who are devoted to just that, who are fueled by tremendous Avos Yisrael and tremendous emes.
Unfortunately, the need for Amudim's resources and services have increased tremendously during COVID in all of their service lines, from addiction, abuse, case management, and much, much more.
And now it's our turn to step up and to be there for them. Please help spread the word. Every dollar counts. Let's do this together. Thank you.
Brought to you by Maple Holistics.
Welcome back to the Charity Bids presentation of Holy Yid Squares. We're here on behalf of Amudim. We're ready for round number 2. Sterling Williger won round number 1, and now he's waiting to see which of these 2 contestants he'll go up against in the final. It could be the person at the X podium, Mordechai Shapiro. Hello there, Mordechai. You're all set, it looks like. Or it could be the person in the circle podium, and that's Benny Friedman. Welcome, Benny. Whoa, whoa, what's going on here? A little bit of trash talking in the Holy Yid
very
Squares.
little bit.
Very little bit. When the two of you get together, it's always very little. All right, Mordechai, we start with you. Pick one of our stars, and let's get going.
I'm going to start with Mordechai Ben David.
Mordechai Ben David, the question's for you. The first album that was recorded in both the United States and Israel. Again, the first album that was recorded in both the U.S. and Israel starred MBD, London School of Jewish Song, Yerachmiel Begun's Miami Boys Choir, or Camp Stay Chemet International?
Good question. I know my album was recorded first, both places, but I would say Stay Chemet International.
Mordechai says Stay Chemet. What does Mordechai Shapiro say? Agree or disagree?
Well, I cannot disagree with the great Mordechai Ben David because we share the same name.
That's one reason.
So just for that reason alone, I am going to agree, even though I'm not so sure you're right.
You have that much confidence in him.
Just because we share the same name. Camp Stay Chemet.
All right, the answer is Camp Stay Chemet International. X gets the square, and we are off to a great start. Benny Friedman, which way do we go on the board? To who? Which star? Ooh, interesting setup here. You could choose somebody who has been a real good advocate of yours for a long, long time. There is somebody in a square that would be beneficial to you, Benny. Not that I'm trying to force you in a specific direction.
Avraham Fried.
Hey, how do you like that? Out of nowhere, he says Avramo. And the question is...
Out of nowhere.
There was a time when the leading distributor of Jewish music was the legendary House of Menorah. This family-owned business was managed by Shelley and Bernice Gordon, Sal and Johnny Tischler, Arthur and Dorothy Schick, Sheldon and Roberta Lang, or Art and Bunny Raymond. Raymond, what's the answer?
Whoa, these are tough questions. Hi, Benny. Hi, Mordechai. Hi, guys. Wow. I need the names one more time.
The names are for House of Menorah, Menorah Records. Shelley and Bernice Gordon, Sal and Johnny Tischler, Arthur and Dorothy Schick, Sheldon and Roberta Lang, Art and Bunny Raymond.
I have no idea. I'll go with Tischler.
All right, he says Tischler. What does Benny Friedman say? Agree or disagree?
I was trying to gauge by the other contestants' reactions, but I got nothing.
They're very good at this.
We were well trained before the show.
Wow. Oh boy. I will agree.
The answer is Sal and Johnny Tischler. Circle gets the square. And we've got a big circle in the middle of the board. Nice job on both of your parts.
Thank you, Vetter.
Yeah, very family-oriented question, and it went very well. And we move on to Mordechai Shapiro. Where are we going, Mordechai?
We're going to Shia Menlowitz.
Shia, here we go. The album, question number 9. Which is not the name of a Jewish music album? Which is not the name of a Jewish music album? Hello, Goodbye, 14th Avenue, Shmelki's Nigunim, Yeshiva Brass, Gedalt Songs of Patience Prayer, or Nitzchius, which is not the name of a Jewish music album.
What was the second one?
We had Hello, Goodbye, 14th Avenue, Shmelki's Nigunim, Yeshiva Brass, Gedalt Songs of Patience Prayer, and Nitzchius.
that Gedult, that one, I think.
Gedult, Songs of Patience Prayer is the answer. Do you agree or disagree, Mordechai?
Did you just tell me that it is the answer?
Well, no, meaning it's, she has answered.
I think I got you there now.
Let's see. Are you willing to take that risk?
Well, Gedult, Songs of Patience Prayer. I've never heard of that, so I am going to agree.
The answer is Gedult, or Gedult as it says here, Songs of Patience Prayer, and X gets the square. And Mordechai is set up very well on the board. We go to Benny Friedman. Benny, I have a feeling where you're going, but tell us, which star?
Hi. Rabbi Yisrael Lamb.
Yisrael Lamb. Are you set, Yisrael?
Let's give it a try.
Legend has it. Let's make sure that AB stays expressionless during this question. Legend has it, Yisrael Lamb, that one of the first songs that inspired A.B. Rottenberg to create what we've come to know as Journeys was Hand of Hashem, My Zadie, 6 Million Tears, or Leaving Mother Russia.
I'm going to go with My Zadie.
Answers My Zadie, according to Yisrael. Agree or disagree?
I will agree.
And Circle gets a square, and you block Mordechai Shapiro, and you have set yourself up for an opportunity.
And we got
to
a
win.
thumbs up from AB.
That is a very big thumbs up from AB.
AB, that was a guess.
That was a good one.
Educated guess.
All right, we can move on to Mordechai Shapiro. What do you say, Mordechai?
Revi Schwabel for 600.
All right, Revi. This is going to cost you $600 apparently. Here we go. Thanks to their lyrics, songs like Someday, Who Am I, It's Time to Say Good Shabbos, and others have their own special place in the Jewish Music Hall of Fame. Which of the following was not an English song lyric? All right, we're not looking for not an English song. We want you specifically to focus in on the actual lyrics of the song. All right, so listen carefully. A, Nuff of Your Bluff and You're Hurting. B, Bring Down the Curtain on the Show, Goodbye. 3, And the Boy Became a Man and His Dream Became His Life. 4, Forever Will These Songs Exist on Chrome Cassette and Compact Disc. Which of those 4 is not a real Jewish music lyric?
Can you repeat them again, please?
First one is Nuff of Your Bluff and You're Hurtin'. Nuff, by the way, spelled N-U-F-F. The second one is Bring Down the Curtain on the Show, Goodbye. The third is And the Boy Became a Man and His Dream Became His Life. And the fourth is Forever Will These Songs Exist on Chrome, Cassette, and Compact Disc, which is not a Jewish music song lyric.
The Bluff.
He says, Enough of your bluff and you're hurting. Mordechai Shapiro, agree or disagree?
The truth is, I like that line. If it's not an actual line, I might use that for my next song. Can I ask Revi if he's sure?
No, that wouldn't be appropriate. Revi's a very confident man. It looks like he's very happy and satisfied with his answer.
I guess I'm going to agree with Revi.
You'll agree with Revi. The answer is, And the Boy Became a Man and His Dream Became His Life. Circle gets the square. And now we see a board almost dominated by Benny Friedman. Okay, we go to Benny Friedman, who has an opportunity to win. Where are you heading, Benny?
Rabbi Lenny Solomon.
Whoa, the rabbi himself. Lenny, here we go. Who is known to his fans as the Simcha Man? Stanley Simcha Miller, Steve Simcha Bill, Art Raymond, or Simi Simcha Weber?
So that's an interesting question.
Wow.
That is a very interesting question because I'm going to go. Let me hear the choices again.
Stanley Simcha Miller, Steve Simcha Bill, Art Raymond, and Simi Simcha Weber. Now, I will remind you, the question is who is known to his fans as the Simcha Man, in quotes, the Simcha Man.
So it's a very, very interesting question, but I'm going to go with the Simcha Man himself, Art Raymond.
And Benny, do you agree or disagree with Lenny's answer?
I'm going to agree.
And the answer is Art Raymond, and Benny is a winner of round 2. Congratulations to both of you. Round 3 will feature Benny against Yisrael Williger. It's all coming up. We'll be back with more Holy Yid Squares after these messages.
Our sages teach us that if you save one person, you save an entire world. Thank you, Amudim, for saving so many people and recreating so many worlds.
Amudim is having their annual fundraising campaign. I can personally testify, and I know that Amudim has helped hundreds, yes, hundreds of local people here in Lakewood, in New Jersey. They have literally saved countless lives, families, in the incredible, unparalleled work that Amudim has done.
I personally thank and support Amudim for the many different things they do, especially along the mental health lines in Los Angeles and across the globe. There are many, many people that depend on them, and we must show them their support, and our cards are tight for all they do.
I need information, I call Amudim. I need a heart, I call Amudim. I need someone who cares, I call Amudim.
And I can tell you that we would not be able to do what we do without the constant, almost daily support of Amudim. They support us. They give us the ability to do what we have to do. You've got to support them.
Please contribute to this campaign. Help Amudim continue to help and save the members of our community.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to our Charity Bid Studios. We present this Amudim special, Holy Yid Squares, and we are ready for the final round. The final round will pit Yisrael Williger against Benny Friedman. And now we're going to determine who goes first. Benny, please call it in the air.
Heads.
Tails it is. Yisrael Williger is going to go first. Here we go. Where do we start, Yisrael Williger? Which of our stars, which of our great stars on the big board do we start the final round with?
I'm going to start with Heshi Wallfish.
Hey, Heshi.
Hi there.
Hello, Heshi. Great to see you. And here's the question. Which of the four rabbi sons was not actually a rabbi's son? Baruch Chait, Label Sharfman, Itzi Weinberger, or Michael Zeitlin?
Wow, that's a good question. See, that's an interesting question. I happen to know at least two of them were rabbi sons. So we're down to one of two. I am going to say Mike Zeitlin.
Agree or disagree, Shirley Williger?
Just by Heshi's knowledge, wealth of knowledge, I'm going to have to agree.
All right. X gets the square. It is Michael Zeitlin. Very good. You're off to a good start. Benny Friedman, make a choice of one of our stars.
A.B. Rottenberg.
Oh, A.B. in the center for this game. A.B. Rottenberg, your question is this one. At the first Israeli-American Hasidic Festival in 1976, Reb Shlomo Carlebach won first prize for the song Via Vaser. Who took home the second prize? Was it Avshalom Katz, Joe Amar, Mordechai Ben David, Shelley Lang for Bowie V'Shalom, or the Amudei Sheish Orchestra?
Can I phone a friend? That's a tough one. Did Mordechai give any indication? Did his eyebrows rise up or something?
You were watching, Benny?
Not a move. Not a move.
Benny's way ahead of you, A.B.
You know what? Since these questions are related to, I guess, the 70s, 60s, 70s, I can't imagine us not mentioning the great Joe Amar on this show. I'm going to have to say Joe Amar.
Benny, agree or disagree?
I will agree.
The answer is Shelley Lang. X gets the square.
Gave it away.
I believe the song, just a moment, I believe the song he won for, Bowie V'Shalom, was arranged by somebody on this panel. Am I right, Yisrael Land?
Draw.
I don't know. Shia, what do you think?
That was a giveaway. He mentioned
Shia, do you think Yisrael arranged that song or not? He doesn't remember.
Yes, he gave it away.
He gave it away.
Yeah, gave it away.
How does the song go?
Barcelona, Barcelona.
No, that's not that one.
By the way, how does Vivacer go?
Shirley Williger can actually wrap up the entire contest with this question. Don't want to put too much pressure on you. Where do you want to go with this one?
Mordechai Ben David.
All right, MBD. Work with Yisrael Williger, and you can make him a very, very big winner. The question is, in early 1973, the hottest concert ticket in town was the New York debut of Yigal Salik in the London School of Jewish Song, accompanied by the Nagina Orchestra and Yisrael Lamb. Who opened for the choir that night? Was it the Rabbi Sons, the Shir HaShirim Singers, Ruach, or Mordechai Ben David?
Mordechai Ben David.
What?
Agree or disagree, Shirley Williger?
Mordechai, could I ask you a question?
No, you're not asking anything.
Were you the one that was the opening act in 1973?
He's not giving
Is
away
it the very same Mordechai Ben David?
So you know what? I'm going to go with whatever Mordechai Ben David answered, Mordechai Ben David.
All right, so you agree.
I agree.
Then X gets the square and the big victory because it was MBD, Mordechai Ben David. Ladies and gentlemen, our winner, Shirley Williger.
Mazel tov.
Thank you so much for watching, everybody, as Charity Bids presents Holy in Squares tonight to benefit Amudim. Big thank you to all the stars. Big thank you to all of our contestants. A big thank you to you for supporting Amudim and being such an important part of the organization. My name is NACHUM Siegel, and that takes care of this unbelievable Squares presentation. A big thank you to Charity Bids. A big thank you to Amudim, and a big thank you to our home base at Flow Motion Studios in Brooklyn, New York. The lovely and spacious studios make it your home for your next production. More coming up on behalf of the people at Amudim.
A big thank you going out to Maple Holistics.